Now, we know we don't have much person in here, but guess what? The room is going to be lit on fire this morning, right, everyone? It's Parenting Room, and we have a beautiful presenter for you this morning. So welcome to the Early Child Commission's Annual Professional Development Institute 2025, under the theme, Quality Early Childhood Care and Education, a child's right, not a service. It is indeed a pleasure and a sense of gratitude to have you all sharing with us on this wonderful occasion as we strive to improve the early child sector through the continuous development of our early child professionals. My name is Stacey Campbell Cargill, and with me is my colleague, Miss Nikki McGee, and it is our absolute pleasure to serve as your moderators. Today promises to be very informative, insightful, and fun-filled. Now, please, I want you all just to pay attention to something that I'm going to ask Miss McGee, just to quickly reiterate and remind, because persons who were here yesterday, they were in other rooms, just to remind them about the registration, what they need to do, what is expected of them at this time, please. Right.
All right, thank you, Stacey. So for registration this morning, we're doing it two ways. We have the paper-based registration, and I will be passing this paper around for you to sign up for your registration. But I will also be sharing with you this registration link that once you pull up your barcode reader and yes, go ahead and scan this code, then you will be able to access the registration link. So go ahead and just scan this now. I'll hold it up above my head. All right? And while you're doing that, let me just explain the evaluation. Now, there are two types of evaluation. There is the workshop evaluation, and then there's the overall evaluation. So for the workshop evaluation, at the end of each workshop, we will share with you the evaluation form as well as the evaluation link that looks something like this, all right? And then you just evaluate what happens in that workshop. But then for the overall evaluation, which we ask you to do on your last day here, so you know we go up until Friday, so if you're here until Friday, you wait until Friday to do the overall evaluation. But I know not all of us will be here until Friday. Maybe today is your last day, maybe tomorrow is your last day. Whenever your last day is, you do the overall evaluation, all right? And the overall evaluation is linked to your certificate. So if you want to have a certificate, it's important that you do the overall evaluation. All right? All right, great. So welcome those of you who are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss McGee. Now on to our presenter. Miss Casey Carr is a highly qualified professional with a coveted track record of excellence. She's an astute networker and a collaborator who has shown mastery in leveraging her social capital for positive impact. She has earned respect in the education sector, having now served for 31 years. I know I'm stressing some details here because afterwards I'll be asking some questions. Her skills are effectively demonstrated in her current position as Chief Executive Officer of the National Parenting Support Commission, a body corporate and agency of the Ministry of Education and Youth. As the Chief Executive Officer of the agency, she has a broad scope of responsibilities to include setting its strategic direction. Ms. Carr leads the implementation of the National Parenting Support Policy through countrywide coordination of service providers to parents for the development of effective parenting skills. Ms. Carr is also positioned as a member of the Ministry of Education and Youth's Executive Management Team. In this wider role, she works with the team to provide oversight and leadership for the central ministry, comprising over 1,000 public primary and high schools, the early child sector, the tertiary sector, as well as the 15 agencies. Her work includes policy development for legislative reform for the Ministry of Education and Youth and other government of Jamaica ministries and agencies. Ms. Carr has been a part of several policy dialogues with CARICOM member states for the development of the region's education systems. She has held several positions in the private and public education sectors, and she played an integral role in the government of Jamaica's education system transformation program, having had specific responsibilities for special education service, provision for a more inclusive education system. Ms. Carr's capacity building skills have been demonstrated through her work with middle managers, principals, and teachers, placing emphasis on standards and accountability systems. She has a commitment to social and cultural responsiveness and devotes time to serve as board director of other government agencies and national committees and councils. This includes the Citizens Security Business Board that has oversight of the Citizens Security Program under Plan Secure Jamaica, the Jamaica Social Investment Fund Board, and the National Gender Advisory Council. She has been on Pan-American Health Organization committees for matters related to sexual reproductive health. She's also a member of the World Health Organization's Parenting Guidelines Development Group. Guidelines published in 2023. Ms. Carr is sustained by her growth mindset, and provides herself as a lifelong learner. She holds a Master of Arts degree in Education, Administration, and Supervision, and a Bachelor of Arts in Special Education, having studied at Western Carolina University. She also completed a range of courses at Virginia State University, Nova Southeastern University, and Stanford University. Her latest research interest is in public policy and global leadership. Ms. Carr is a champion of children's rights, an advocate for social inclusion, volunteerism, and school and community development. She is also a motivational speaker and a strong believer in the possibilities and greatness of all human beings. She has one child, a son, who she believes in is our greatest teacher. She enjoys long, leisurely drives, word games, and quality time with family and friends. What an extensive accomplishment. Please make welcome Ms. Casey Carr presenting to you this morning, titled Increasing Parental Engagement, Transforming Trauma in Preschool. Clap her again, please.
Thank you so very much for the kind introduction, Ms. Stacy, and thank you so much, audience, for being receptive. Good morning, everybody. I'd prefer to use a stand, thank you. This is a day that the Lord hath made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Nobody knows that? Oh, let's go again. This is a day that the Lord hath made, and we're going to rejoice and be glad in it. It's a privilege to be here. We didn't have to wake up this morning, so we give him thanks, and we say together, amen. Thank you for your blessings. I want to turn your attention now to the presentation, Increasing Parental Engagement, Transforming Trauma in Preschool. I'm just a click. What are we here to accomplish? Well, sir, I don't know about this because it's blocking. Are you hearing me now? Great. Think you're hearing me? Thumbs up if you're hearing me. Yeah, thank you. The session examines how childhood trauma, that's a former term, it's now called adverse childhood experiences, affect early development. We'll also look at trauma-informed approaches that promote healing and resilience, and there are practical strategies that I will share for building strong partnerships with parents, fostering open communication, and creating supportive environments, both at home and at school. So we know that the institutional principle holds that where parents and schools come together and work together, there's a greater likelihood of student success. So even as we're looking at transforming trauma in preschool, we have to know that that collaboration between home and school is critical to the successes to ensure that children recover from trauma. So then, what is an adverse childhood experience? What is childhood trauma? These are adverse experiences. They are unfavorable, harmful events that children in Jamaica is defined as a range 0 to 18 years, have direct knowledge of or have gone through. And examples of these include burial, natural disasters, sexual abuse, physical abuse, community violence, domestic violence, death of a loved one. And many times people don't think of death of a loved one as a traumatic event for a child. We know it as a traumatic event for adults. And I'll speak a little more to that later on. Broken homes, whether by divorce or separation or abandonment. So when a parent migrates, a child could suffer trauma from that. Or if a parent just leaves the home for whatever reason, they check out. That's also happening. And many parents are becoming uninvolved. They've checked out. They're right there in the home, but they've really abandoned their responsibilities. That can present trauma. Witnessing the death or injury of someone, and of course, neglect. All right, who did that? That was me. Yes, it is parenting. And so, how do ACEs or childhood trauma affect early development? So let's look at them under several categories. ACEs can actually affect brain development. Now, in the early childhood sector, we talk a lot about the first 1,000 days, right? And how important that special period is. Preschool is ages 3 to 5. And so there is a part of that important 1,000 days at about age 3 that is recognized as one of the fastest growth of the brain. And so it can affect brain development if a child were to have experienced any of the listed or other traumas. So how does it show up? It affects their memory, it affects emotional processing, so they're unable to understand what they're feeling, because that's what emotional means, what you're feeling and understanding feeling. It affects logical processes. So examples would be their inability to imagine. Now, you know that between 3 and 5, the imagination is really almost out of control. They're imagining all kinds of things. They will sit together and make up stories and be playing by themselves, but they have an imaginary friend. Childhood trauma or adverse childhood experiences can affect their ability to imagine, which is an important part of their development. It affects their ability to problem solve. Between 3 and 5, they're developing autonomy. And you'll hear, I can do it, leave me, let me do it. Well, if they have experienced trauma, that level of autonomy and the ability to problem solve at that age and stage might be affected. And it might affect pre-reading and math skills as well. Emotional regulation. So children could have a difficulty controlling or managing their feelings. And examples would be that they're crying uncontrollably and you're not seeing an obvious trigger, or they might just not be able to calm down when they're dropped off at school. No, it's regular that when children are new to school, they cry. Some of them will cry even for an entire term. But after a while, they settle down. If you notice that the children are not settling down, it could be time to probe because there's an adverse situation going on. It affects attachment. ACs affect healthy attachments with persons within and outside of the family, So of course we push learning through play. If you realize that a child prefers to be isolated, when children naturally gravitate to each other at this stage, they have no prejudices. So if you notice that they don't want to be involved, they don't want to play, it's time to probe, because it could be that they have been exposed to some kind of adverse childhood experience. There are behavioral issues. So you might see aggression, difficulty maintaining attention and learning in school. Now we know that the attention span of children at this age is really low, okay? But at the same time, you should be able to ascertain what they would readily pay attention to. And so if you're noticing anomalies in terms of this age and stage, oh, but this is something that the children are all interested in, and this one child is so not interested. It's something that could be going on there that's affecting their ability to be paying attention. It could be that you're noticing that they're also daydreaming. So you're talking and they look spaced out. That's something to note as well. So signs of aggression: children become independent but have become overly dependent in the areas of previous growth. And not dressing himself or herself is a wonderful example. So between 3 and 5, they want to help themselves to put on their clothes and so on. And if you're noticing that there's regression in this area, this is just an example that might be something to note. Of course, ACs affect physical health. So ACs, any of the traumas that were listed and then some, could cause stress that manifests in a lack of physical activity. And this certainly has implications for health. So no interest in those activities that promote gross motor skills and their development. So they're not jumping, they're not running, skipping, hopping, tumbling. They're just sitting there being almost reclusive. That is something to note. Other common signs would be fear and anxiety around people. So if you notice, especially if in your schools, it is a part of your school culture that when people come on the compound, children run to them and say hello, introduce themselves. I've seen that's a part of the culture. If you see children being more withdrawn, or they're sticking and holding on to the adult that they feel comfortable with, which in this case could be the teacher that they're used to, then that is perhaps something to note, because it could be indicative of something that has happened that's traumatic. Bedwetting, frequent nightmares, difficulty learning, loss of appetite, so lunchtime, break time, they're not eating, or at home, they're not having dinner, they're not having their favorite meals. Frequent mood changes, crying excessively for no obvious reasons. Those are some of the signs. So what are we supposed to do in terms of a trauma-informed approach? How do we deal with ACs? And how do we use information available to ensure that we're supporting our children? Well, the first thing we advocate is that we have to pay attention to the impact. So ACs can affect preschoolers' mental, emotional, and general state of wellness. We have to acknowledge that. It makes no sense to pretend that they should be operating as normal when you know that they've been exposed to something traumatic. So the behaviors they exhibit that are inconsistent with what we expect at this age and stage of their development is something you have to pay attention to. Behaviors may be triggered by a traumatic experience. You have to acknowledge that, and that they might even develop longer-term health issues. So these are the important steps in both parents and practitioners. You have to interact with empathy. You have to show care and understanding. So having acknowledged that something has happened, you can't have the same expectations for these children that you would have for other children. So you now have to work with empathy. You have to show care, understanding, more patience, and so on. And then we establish a safe and trustworthy environment. And this means that the recovery process calls on us to ensure that children feel psychologically safe. Those of you who were in the session yesterday, you heard me talk about this. If children do not feel safe to express themselves, if they do not feel comfortable that they're not going to be screamed at or called out on or use names outside of their given government name or adjectives to describe them that are not promoting of self-esteem, they're not going to feel safe to share what traumatic experience they have had. And let's face it, we live in a country where we do have all sorts of atrocities outside of natural disasters that happen to our children. And so especially as it relates to situations with sexual abuse, you want to hear from the children. They won't share if they don't feel safe. So creating a psychologically safe environment where children feel free to share is very important. In that process, you have to respect boundaries, because especially in the case of sexual abuse, if it is that they were abused, they mightn't want you to be touching them so much. So you have to be able to show how you care, show that you're nurturing and you're still protecting within the context of respecting those physical boundaries. And of course, we stress this. We have to ensure confidentiality. So whatever is shared by parents and by the children about what's going on, except in the case where it's a perpetrator and you know you have to tell under law. But once those situations are ongoing and you have heard, you're now coming into that system of care, then you must be confidential. And then we build relationships and resilience. So we have to build non-threatening, caring relationships with adults. And this is vital in recovering from ACs. Certainly, the trauma-informed approach focuses on building strong connections and fostering resilience. Now, that word has been overused of late since COVID. Resilience, resilience, resilience. There's also something called resilience fatigue, because resilience only takes place when something bad has happened. So imagine that something bad has happened and it keeps happening. After a while, you're going to have resilience fatigue, or what psychologists call learned helplessness. And I wanted to insert that because it's so important. Learned helplessness is after you have repeated bad experiences. After a while, it's almost as if you believe it's outside of your locus of control. It is external to your control, and so you just give up. That is important, because that is how practitioners are going to be the stand-in to ensure that children get the support. Because if the family is exposed to violence, they're exposed to sexual trauma, physical trauma. And by the way, in my experience, when parents come, it is multi-layered. It is never one thing. So you think they're coming for one thing, and by the time you start probing and peeling back the layers, you're recognizing there are multiple issues going on. And so when you have all these situations confounding people, learned helplessness can be developed. So we have to look out for that. Then we're going to promote child-centered care. I beg your pardon. Parents and practitioners should be actively involved in the child's care, with their preferences and needs taken into consideration. So the child that you know has been exposed to trauma is saying, teacher, I don't want to be a part of it now, or I don't want to play. Perhaps you could honor that in that moment and gently encourage the child to get back. But it's not going to be an overnight thing for some children. They're not just going to jump back and pretend that nothing happened to them. There are debilitating factors here, okay? So trauma-informed care emphasizes a collaborative approach. Parents should be made to feel, where applicable, empowered, and have control over decisions for their child's treatment. So it is a collaboration between school and home. You have to ensure that you're hearing what's going on at the home level. What can we do at this level to support you? And if the parents are given information that this is what has been working, in fact, we have sought professional intervention and this is what we're told to do, then it is something we have to follow through with at school. We couldn't deviate from the plan. Okay, be aware of signs and symptoms and respond to trauma. So trauma-informed practitioners are aware of the signs and symptoms of trauma, including physical, emotional, and behavioral changes. They can respond appropriately to these signs, avoiding re-traumatizing and providing supportive care. So if you know something is going on, do not use it as a weapon to say, you know, it's because so-and-so happening to you why you're not behaving. And that happens more often than not. So we're asking not to re-traumatize our children. It is not a place of power to know. It really should be a place of care. All right, trauma-informed approaches avoid practices that could potentially trigger past trauma. This includes being mindful of language, avoiding triggering topics, and providing support and resources where needed. And sometimes the triggers, you wouldn't know, they're inadvertent. I had a situation once, a long time ago, where I was Dean of Academics for a school right here in Montego Bay. And I am a literature teacher, so I was teaching literature, and there was a death in the family that was gruesome. And my best student shut down. I couldn't understand. For days, there was no response from him. He was always very active. And so when I probed, I realized that, interestingly, what was articulated in that literature book was symbiotic to what was going on in it. It was crazy. I would not have known until. And so, of course, my entire approach to that book changed because I had to recognize what was going on with him. So sometimes it's inadvertent. Use the strengths-based approach. So focus on individual strengths. So where is this child progressing? So it is affecting the child in this area, but in this area the child remains strong. Let's work on that and build on that strength. The same is with your interaction with the parent. Parents sometimes don't want to know, what if you're the one who has recognized the traumatic experience and the child is confiding in you? Let's take something like harsh language at home or domestic violence, which is a part of harsh language at home that the child has been exposed to. And one of the things I know about parents is that approaching them, the language we use, is very important, because if you're saying to a parent, or if it's a child with special needs and you've discovered that there's something going on, if you say, I recognize that there's something wrong with your child, immediately the parent is going to shut down. Because when you say something is wrong with my child, the parent interprets that as to say, if something is wrong with my child, something is wrong with me. And it's an immediate shutdown. So we have to use language that is more positive. So trauma-informed approaches emphasize a strengths-based perspective, recognizing the individual's capacity for growth. And recovery. Early identification and intervention, identifying preschoolers who may have experienced ACs early on can allow for timely interventions and support. So once we notice, then we must ensure that the interventions begin. We're now on to the third objective. So let us look at strategies for building the school-home partnership as it relates to the recovery process for ACs. School-based parenting programs, we continue to push these. These have the opportunity to change the parenting landscape. I want to explain that these school-level programs are devoid of activities such as report day, sports day, graduation, orientation. These are not the exercises, because let's face it, report day is after the fact. You're reporting after the fact, right? We're talking about engaging parents in real ways to build their capacities through parenting education, building skill sets. Sometimes the ecology has normalized the trauma so much that parents don't recognize that it's traumatic anymore. So, for example, my bearer was saying to me that his daughter ran and said, "Oh, Daddy, don't worry, it's not a gunshot. That gunshot didn't hit anybody." because that's not how it sounds when it hits a person. She's 4 years old. Yeah, so have that sink in just a little. That is crazy. So you've normalized the trauma to the point where the child is even able to distinguish when a gunshot is in the air or when it hits the body. That's not normal. So we have to make sure in that process of parenting education, we're re-engineering the culture to say, listen, these are not things that are normal for us or children to experience. Parents may also blame themselves for the trauma. And so school-based parenting programs should provide opportunities to rebuild a sense of control and empowerment. And I want to share a little story with you. We were doing an intervention at Clancarthy High School, and we got to a point of self-reflection where we're saying to parents, listen, title is CEO, but I'm a teacher. I can't do that. I can't just stand there. So look, we're doing an intervention at Clancarthy High School, and we're doing self-reflection, and we're talking about traumatic experiences. And a parent falls on the floor and starts writhing on the floor. She's just bawling. And of course, our psychiatrists move to her. And what we found out was that her child was raped multiple times. But the trauma for her, it's re-traumatizing, but she too was raped. And so she worked all her life. She thought she was putting in these protective factors around her child to prevent rape, and it happened. And so she blamed herself and was almost at a point of total collapse, mental collapse, because she couldn't understand how, having gone through it, and she thought she was being authoritarian. You can't go here, you can't do this, and it happened to her. So understand that sometimes when what you interpret as resistance, parents are resisting, it's because they're not mentally ready to even accept, because they have to be dealing with their own trauma. So we have to work with parents to encourage them to rebuild that sense of control and empowerment. This can involve providing them with choices, promoting self-advocacy, and recognizing their strengths. Encourage parents to enroll in classes or courses, especially those that are offered by the National Parenting Support Commission and schools, as they need to understand what's happening to their child and what to do at home to help. Collaboration and communication, build your vocabulary for communicating. So a lot of times we think that because we're learned, we are getting through to people. I had a parent ask me just last week, Miss, what's a curriculum? What do you mean by curriculum? We're talking about the national standards curriculum and how parents should support, and we just assumed that everybody in the room understood the word curriculum. So we have to be able to understand sometimes it takes granularity. We have to go down very basic. And then you have to use language flexibility, because sometimes when you go in your professional selves, it is the thing that creates inaccessibility. The way you speak, your diction, it creates immediate inaccessibility. People don't understand what you're saying, or they think that you're there in a pompous way. And so you have to be prepared for those kinds of situations. So understand and build the vocabulary for communication. One of my mentors, we train persons 13 weeks in 10 modules in effective parenting, and we deploy them to communities. They're parent mentors, they're volunteers. So one of my mentors had gone into a particular space in Kingston and said, Miss Carr, I didn't talk like this, you know. I said to her, you know, Shelley, whatever you need, that's what we advocate. She said, a lady came and said to me, I liked my sneakers. She liked my sneakers. Of course, she uses slangs for whatever, how that was communicated. And I said, so what was wrong with that? Because I know if I had gone through and somebody said they liked my sneakers, I'm going to say what? I'm going to say thank you, right? And she said, immediately I changed my diction and I guess her posturing, because what the person meant was that I'm coming to take it off your feet. I would not have known that. And so that's what I'm talking about, understanding communication, understanding vocabulary. I remember going into Augustown and the gatekeeper, I'm using a euphemism, tapped me on my shoulder to say it's time to go. Well, he didn't have to tell me twice. Of course, I was ready. But interestingly, what triggered the gatekeeper was the fact that our clothing, we wore black. We wore black Oxford shirts with our logo. And for some reason, it felt very police-ish. And so we now don't wear black, we wear white Oxford shirts. So it's amazing because communication is not just words, it's nonverbal as well. So it's amazing what people, so we have to ensure that we know how we're communicating with people from different spaces. We also need to ensure that we're describing the problem, not the child. Use first-person language. So instead of saying the disabled child, we're saying the child with the disability. Instead of saying the traumatized child, the child who experienced trauma. So put the child first, first-person language. It's very important because it's an intentional way of recognizing the humanity of someone. Parents and practitioners must be open, honest, and have honest conversations about trauma and what they need. Once again, confidentiality is key. As practitioners, it's important that we mobilize services for parenting support. Remember, communities are resource rich. I stressed that yesterday in our session. There are professionals and agencies like the one I lead, the National Parenting Support Commission, that have been established to offer help and recovery. Psychological and counseling support specific to grief. So in my field, one of the things I realize is that when there is a loss in the family, especially if it's a spouse, immediately the support goes to the adults. People assume that the children don't need the kinds of intervention, that they are not experiencing the trauma. Yesterday I said, children are people too. And so it's important, I'll forever say it, children are people too. And so the grief counseling must be extended to these preschoolers who are also showing signs of trauma, and even before we see trauma. Again, bedwetting, loss of appetite, low energy are some key signs of grief among this cohort. So practitioners should work closely with parents to support the child. And look at this, we're actually at Q&A. So we would have gone through all three of the objectives. Are there any questions or comments? Don't all rush to the microphone at once. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself as well?
Good morning. My name is Anne. I'm a parent for Tennyson Palmer. Just curious, there are parents or families in situations that you have no control over. For example, you mentioned a gunshot. So if you have a child in that sort of environment where you're not able to control some of these things, how do you minimize the impact as well as how do you prevent it from being traumatic?
All right, that's an excellent question. One of the things about ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, is that any consistent supportive factor can help to reduce and actually have children recover from. So interestingly, even though when the child comes to school, the child is going back in a volatile environment, the child will think of school as a protective factor. And so it's important that everyone within that organization behaves in a way that shows the child that he or she is safe and secure, at least for the hours that the child is at school. So whereas you have no control now, and I know the security forces, along with the citizen security business plan that the government has, is working hard at reducing crime. We're not there yet because behavior change takes time. We also know that these are what we call the other determinants of effective parenting. So sometimes it's not that parents don't know what to do. There are situations outside of their control, such as the one you mentioned. But if the child is coming every day to an environment for hours, where he or she feels protected and safe and loved and understood and is given opportunities for empowerment, growth, and development, then you will find that the child will gradually develop resilience and will be able to navigate until such situations have quieted down. All right, you're welcome.
Morning, my name is Kay-Ann. Based on observation, I have come to realize that in our schools, we have a lot of traumatized women in our spaces. And so, whilst we're able to pick up on the trauma, it has become so normalized in our society, or by us, that it's difficult for them to understand how to deal with the trauma, because it's me get over it so the child can. Is there anything in place, or what do you recommend if you are in a leadership position and you have recognized that your staffing is not able to manage the trauma of the children because they themselves have suffered trauma?
What an excellent question. That's a really good question. There are the ABCs of behavior. A is the antecedent, B is the behavior, and 3 is the consequence. A lot of times what we see, because behaviors are those things we see and not see, okay? So you in the same way you cannot not communicate, we're always behaving, okay? We spend a lot of time looking at the behavior. So in other words, you have the flu, and you see the symptoms of that. You're sniffling, you have a fever, and so on. But we're not realizing that it's certain exposures, or you're not building your own resilience to ensure that you didn't get the flu. So the real cause of your getting the flu all the time is the fact that you lack vitamins, poor nutrition, etc., etc., etc. One of the things we help parents to do, and people in general, is to go back to the antecedents. And this only happens through self-reflection. Especially in a culture where we pray away everything, yet the Bible says faith without works is dead. We have to ensure that we're going back to those situations that have affected us, that are either at the subliminal level, or they're there in our consciousness, but we continue to suppress them. Because they are going to show up. It shows up in the classroom, where there's intolerance for regular age and stages of behavior. Children who are not pushing boundaries, something is wrong. You're supposed to push boundaries, yeah? And so one of the things I would recommend is to have the self-awareness courses. We actually teach that with staff. We are just doing a whole session with some schools across the system. We're open to coming to help with that process, so that they too can get the intervention, so they can be at their healthiest. You know, you really have to put your seatbelt on before you're managing anybody else. And so that is an excellent recognition. I want to say that there was a commissioning of a survey. It was a psychologist who told me, I have not seen the survey, but she was alarmed. So it was commissioned just in the COVID time to look at practitioners in the West, in the Montego Bay area, to see exactly what was going on. And when the results came, many of the practitioners, these teachers, had serious psychological issues, to the point where some were impaired. When the results were given, she said she knew that something must have been wrong with her methodology. So she asked 2 colleagues to redo, and it was the same result. And so we do have adults who seem to be functioning, who are walking around, who are unhealthy. They're easily triggered, or they're frustrated, or they give up, or they're nasty,
in terms of their own temperament. And I'm using that word on purpose. They're just mean for no reason. And there are other situations too. And they continue to pass on the trauma because hurt people usually hurt people. And so I would recommend that you, one, get in touch with the commission. We're able to help. And we also mobilize resources, so we're able to help. That's a great question. Thank you for that.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Rachel. I'm a child of trauma. I'm a parent now. However, that scares me. Like, it's so hard to know that I have a child and she's a girl. And everything in this world scares me for her. How do I overcome that fear and not passing it on to her or limiting her in this world?
All right, so may we stand, please? Let's stand with her. May I hug you?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for sharing and for the courage for saying it. All right? I'm going to give you my number. After this, I'm going to call you. All right? Okay. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this moment. We thank you for the courage of this parent to share and to have the courage to say, I need help. Thank you for creating this psychologically safe space where we're understanding the power of community. We stand now with her, our sister, in her time of grief, recognizing that we need you now more than ever. We need your help, we need your wisdom, we need your guidance. Lord, we need your intervention. We ask, Lord, that through me, create this channel so that I can be of service to this lady to resolve the issues in a way that will speak your name through me, through her family, in your precious and holy name. Amen. Thank you so much. This is courage. Can you just give her a hand, please? This is courage. Thank you. It takes courage to be vulnerable. A lot of times people think when people cry, they're weak. It's not easy to stand in an audience to say, hey, I have this situation going on. And so I'm here for you. I'm going to give you my number and everything, private and public, and we'll talk afterwards. I want to let you know that you are serious instruments of change. There is no one who is called in education who just comes. I get very upset when people say things like the little work. I go into the little, there's nothing little about what we do. Because of all the names Jesus was called, he was called teacher the most. So understand who you are. And understand that we cannot change the landscape alone. There are many people who are hurting. And so your comments were very powerful, because until we fix what's going on with us, we can't help anybody else, and we shouldn't. The other thing you have to recognize is when your own cups are being depleted. Because if you keep giving from your cup, what is going to happen? You have to replenish. We don't talk about the spiritual component enough. It's not sexy to talk about religion anymore and Christianity in Jamaica. It's not sexy. So I'm unapologetic. I'm a Christian. Don't watch your red lips. It's a decoy. Unapologetic, because that spiritual component is very important. It gives a sense of belonging. Community is important. Our friend here needs to know that everybody in this room shares the pain. You might not have experienced it, but you can empathize. And that's something that we have to teach. We have to teach empathy. How do I recognize your pain and know that I'm standing with you to help you through? That's important. There were several hands. I saw your hand. I'm going to take the gentleman because in my research, it says we kill them in audiences like these. We don't give them a chance to talk. So, yes.
My question was, if you have a student that has experienced trauma and you recognize that, and because of their trauma, they behave differently than other students, and you have to treat them differently in order to get through to them, how do you minimize other students recognizing special treatment and starting to experience some sort of resentment to the child when all you're trying to do is help?
Okay. All right, that's a good question too. Children are people too. They have understanding, so you have to explain to them. You have to explain that this child, so I taught at a school, or as principal for a school, that we had a special ed department. And it's the parents we saw the prejudices from. We had children with autism, you know how they get. They want to make all the noise, but they hate noise, right? And so the children would be screaming every day. We explained to the children in the classroom. The parents said they don't want them in there as if it's contagious. They don't want the children, they're going to distract their learning. Within a term, everybody was shut up. We explained to the children. The children would say, oh, that's so-and-so, he's autistic, but he'll quiet down soon. So once you explain to the children what's going on and why this child needs what seems to be special attention, because it's that special attention to the special need that makes it fair. Because the others don't need that, but that one, in order for parity, needs a special attention. Get it? And so just explain their people too in age-appropriate language. Just tell them why and explain it, and they will understand. And over time, they too will be your little aides in the class. All right? You're welcome. Yes.
All right, good morning, everyone. So I'm from Crystal House, Jamaica.
Ah, nice.
All right. So just to first add to what the lady at the front expressed, trauma is not something that persons will get over easily. It's a part of you. It happened to you. You're reliving the experience, and research says that females, because our bodies run on hormones, each time we relive an experience or think about something traumatic that happens, it's as though you're in the moment and having it done to you all over again. So as educators, it is great to first know about trauma-informed practices, the best ways to go about dealing with children who are from environments that are impacted by, in my situation, violence. So we know that there are communities that persons are coming out of. Children are unable to go to school sometimes due to gun warfare, etc. We know how that is. So the first step is always to let them know that it's not your fault. Whatever happened to you, you are not to blame, because sometimes persons who experience trauma, the first person that they blame is themselves. So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you so much for sharing, and I'm sorry for the experiences that you've had, but hopefully they have shaped who you are today, and I think so because you're giving service just like how you served a while ago. So thank you for your contribution. You're so correct. Behavior change takes time. In fact, that's why it's a cycle, because people forget that there is relapse. You can't impose behavior change either. It's not something you can impose on someone. You can't say, oh, come and change your behavior, and it happens. And I like to say rather, there are doctors who smoke. I have friends who are doctors who smoke. So the fact that you know doesn't mean that you're going to even do anything, because you have to contemplate. There's pre-contemplation, then contemplation, then you actually, but then people don't talk about relapse. It is why someone, for example, who has not taken a drink in 25 years, all of a sudden smells some rum and they become drinkers again. Or you haven't smoked because there's relapse. What makes behavior change work is when you have those supportive factors, so that when you're contemplating or when you feel yourself slipping, there's someone there to hold you accountable to say, hey, come back. That spiritual component that I referred to is also important, because when you believe in something that's greater than who you are, it actually helps. All right? And so I don't know if I've hogged the time, and quite frankly, I'm anxious to get to our friend here. So if there are no other questions, there's one more, two more. All right, so we're gonna take those. And then two more. She says, and that's it. This is a time police. Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Anne-Marie Nelson. All right, I am a trauma person.
What does that mean? Someone who has experienced trauma?
Yes, I have
Okay.
experienced twice.
Sorry about that.
Yes, but I am able to talk about it, and I had to pray and fast about it to get over it, and also have to forgive those what caused the trauma. That is a factor for, and it's a sure thing with help. Forgive the person, face the fear, and forgive the person. That also helps. For years, I've carried the pain. I've carried the reliving for years, my teenage years, in my early, even before I got married, started having children, I was reliving. I relive for about, probably about 12, 13 years. I have to be reliving every time. And every time I see the person who causes the problems, I have to relive it. But I learn to forgive, and so I'm able to talk about it and to help others who have gone through that, those traumatized situations. All right, for the fact that, for the person who was talking about the child or with the special situation or being traumatized, I am a parent and also a practitioner. Every morning after devotion, we go in, I enter the classroom, and I have to hug each and every one of my children before circle time starts. And if I don't, they're asking for it. So yeah, build a relationship with the children wherein they know that whatever the situation is, teacher is there for them, or that particular person is there for them, and that helps them. So whatever situation they may be going, whatever trauma they have passed through, you being there for them will help them to open and for them to pass that part of the experience.
Thank you for that contribution. And then you had a question.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a parent, and I'm from Albion Basic. My question is, how do you deal with a person who has been through trauma and then been in the system and out of the system? Because I have a relative who has been in trauma at a tender age, then went in the system, then reached the age out of the system, but still blaming herself. Well, she went to CDA. So we call that system. So she went to child's care. She reached the age of 18 now, but she constantly blaming herself, and then the least thing happened, she just go crazy. So how do you deal with somebody like that?
All right, I'm not going to attempt to answer here because there are some questions I have to fill the gaps. But persons who have been exposed to trauma, they need specific interventions to include therapeutic services. So whereas there is clearly more information I need to even begin to process what the acting out looks like and what's triggering that. But therapeutic services are important. So if that did not happen, and that is why when you recognize the trauma, the intervention should start very early, because the sooner the better we can cauterize some things. It is clear that the person needs intervention, so let us talk after as well. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, and may I just say gentlemen, I have a prejudice. When I see men in the room, I have to big them up because, you know, in this sector, boy, 90% women. Sir, in the yellow tie, how are you? I see you. All right, thank you for being here. And sir, and sir, and sir, and sir, and sir, and sir, and sir. Thank you so much, all the sirs and everybody. Thank you for being an attentive audience and for, let's hope that it was of value and that you'll take something back to your practice. Thank you very much.
Now, Miss Carr, you need a standing ovation. Could I ask everybody please to stand? Because this was, clap her man, clap her, clap her, clap her. This was a compact presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Casey Carr, Chief Executive Officer. You may be seated. Now look here, Ms. Carr, you touch so many salient points. And two that I have written down is that you mentioned that ACE can prevent brain development. And I was really driven by that statement or the PowerPoint that was presented because it said their inability to imagine. It says important in this stage of development, problem solve and show low pre-reading or math skills. All right, and we know we can attest to this, right? And she also, yes man, clap, clap. Yes. She talked about the common signs of ACE, but me not gonna mention them because I want somebody to get something over there, so. All right, so if you can recall 3 of the common signs of ACE, could you just please quickly stand and tell me, and then we can get your little token. All right, watch answer. I'm saying this one don't have my style, so. All right, come, sir.
3. Forgetting things is one of the signs. Not being able to imagine, as you just mentioned, is another sign. One more? Okay. There, another sign was that they draw away from the crowd. They stay by themselves. Yay.
Ms. Carr, your presentation, it was impactful. Your student learned. Your student learned. So you go ahead and choose something from the station over there, anything you want. And a next question I need to ask. I don't remember Ms. Carr saying it, but what is the acronym for ACE? What I mean, run come?
Adverse childhood experience.
That is right, Ms. Carr. Come and run for your gift. All right, somebody else come for your gift. She don't want it. Oh, you want it? I said to run while you're walking. Yes, man. All right, you like that one to show the people where you're getting the man? I probably something, you know. All right, thank you ever so much. So clap our 2 persons who came up and answered the questions. Thank you ever so much. So we know we want this presentation to go on and on. Ms. Carr will be here to answer any questions, right, Ms. Carr? Right, you hear that? Yes, from her mouth directly. What is it? What want you? What did the dance? What the dance name? Me no want to ask a question there. I don't want to ask that question. But one thing I want to just close off with is just this little song. And I want you all, if you know it, just rise and sing with me. It says, all my life you have been faithful. If you know it, stand and sing. Now we need to encourage our little one. All my life you have been so, so good. Come on, what will you do? Of the goodness of God. One more time, one more time. All my life you have been. Give me some bass. All my life.
All my life.
So, so good. With
every breath that I am made.
Yes, sir. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Hear this part. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Yeah. It's running after, it's running after. What now? When my mind up, I surrender. I give you everything. Yeah. Your goodness is, well, it's running after me. Your McCormick sound good. Thank you ever so much. Now we're going to the next session. We'll commence at 10:30 sharp, and we will be having the Honorable Floyd Green with us, and we can't make the room empty. The room have a pack up, so I want you to go downstairs, call all of the people to come up, so we can have a wonderful session. It will be a plenary session. That means other persons will be on the panel, and Dr. Floyd Green will be the moderator for that session. All right, so looking forward. Go take a break, walk, drink some water, drink some juice, and come right back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remember to evaluate the workshop.
and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Vibes Room. Am I right? No, I'm not ready yet. Am I right? Right, that's all right. It is parenting track 1. So please write it down. And we are going to a wonderful session at this time. I will be your moderator. My name is Stacey and Campbell Cargill, aka. No, only never there for your opening sermon, so you don't know. What is my aka? Diamond. Thank you ever so much. You're in for a treat this morning. And the session promises to be a full and a productive one. The title of it is Knowing How to Parent, the Challengers of Fatherhood. All right, so let me see the hands of all the fathers in the room, all the males in the room. I want you all to stand, even so. And the ladies, please make them welcome. Clap them, make them feel special. Clap them, where are the fathers? Wonderful. Thank you all for being here this morning at PDI 2025. And our theme says high quality early child care and education, a child's right, not a service. Now, Dr. Warren Thompson. Dr. Warren Thompson is a social worker at heart with a passion to see the well-being and quality of life of others improved. He is a current director, intake, investigation, adoptions, and court services at the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, a post he has held since January 2022. Prior to this, he served as a deputy registrar at the Office of the Children's Registry and later the CPFSA National Children's Registry following the merger of the OCR and the Child Development Agency, CDA, in 2017. Dr. Thompson holds a bachelor's in social work and a PhD in gender and development studies. He is an adjunct lecturer in the MSc program at the UII Institute for Gender and Development Studies and an adjunct research supervisor in the MSW programs at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, and the University of Guyana. Dr. Thompson has researched and published in the fields of gender studies, social work, and community development. He is married and has twin boys or sons. What an accomplishment. I'm going to ask you all, please to make welcome Dr. Thompson at this time, Dr. Warren Thompson, who will be the moderator for this plenary session entitled Knowing How to Parent, the Challengers of Fatherhood. Welcome, Dr. Thompson. I want to ask you a question. How do you manage the 2 boys?
I just get up and do it every day.
You want to hear that, parents? And just get up and do it every day. Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Thompson.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good morning, everybody. All right, so we're looking forward to a very engaging panel discussion on knowing how to parent, the challenges of fatherhood. And we have some very engaging panelists this morning. So I'm going to invite them up to the platform, and then we'll do the introduction. So first we'll have Mr. Richard Troop, very well known, followed by Mr. Sidney Henry. Please, Mr. Sidney Henry. All right, so we're going to do this a little bit differently so that we have enough time for the discussion. I'm going to ask each of the gentlemen to introduce themselves by, well, you know their names, telling us what they do. They can tell us about their experience of fatherhood to date and any other important thing that you want to share with us. In our panel yesterday, the panelists were asked to share their favorite movie or book. So if you want to do something like that, you're free to do so as well. All right, so we'll start with you, Mr. Troop.
Good morning, everyone. Name is Richard Troop, Director of Safety and Security in Schools Unit at the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. 3 things for me that is very important. Being a father. One, it filled a major gap in my life. I met my father 21 years ago for the first time. I struggled not connecting to a father figure, and I used that experience to determine my resolve in being a dad. I'm a father, 2 beautiful children, a boy and a girl. Old time people would say the pair. And I guess the third thing that is important for me was actually seeing witnessing the birth of my daughter. Having been through that experience, it was amazing. Well, lie me I tell. It was so scary. But I think having survived, you really appreciated, one, the struggle that mothers go through to give birth, and just the magic of seeing the baby girl coming out. I'll leave it there.
The truth. Mr. Henry.
Good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here and happy to share time with you and certainly with our esteemed guest. My name is Sidney Henry. I am the husband of one wife, the father of 4 children, 2 of whom are adults and the other 2 over there. And I'm the director of a small school I started back in 2015 in St. Anne. We do vocational training in agriculture. I smile because I happen to have been at the birth of, well, I was halfway through the birth of my first child when I fainted, and then I was also halfway through the birth of the second or the third of the 2 who were here, and I also fainted. I came back to catch on to what was going on, and I think I did well. And so I am now, for a couple of weeks that we're 2 weeks into mommy being away from us, and I was late for my session yesterday as I had to give an account as to how things were going. The washing, the kitchen, the cleaning of the house, making sure the kids are fed. I mean, as if they would not be fed when I'm not there. But they're doing well, and so we're here again today, and I'm just happy to share this space.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Henry. We're being joined by a third panelist. Can we get another mic? Because I'm going to ask him to introduce himself. Is there a microphone there? Yes, there's a mic. Okay. I'm going to ask him to introduce himself. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, one and all.
Good morning.
Dwayne Sumaik. I'm from Cumberland, Clarendon, Region 5. Okay. I'm a father of 2. My daughter is just 8 years old. My son is just 4. And I'm the father. The mother is not around, so I'm the one that is taking care of them. You know, and it's very challenging, very, very, very challenging to be a father working and making sure that they get their breakfast in the morning, carry off them to school, pick them up from school and them thing there. So I'm here sitting down as a father, a proud father. And I appreciate to know that I'm a very proud father. Yeah. And I'm very happy. Sometimes it gets so hard, but still I remember my father. Just look at my father's days when he usually carry the cane bump in his pocket and he sweat and he make sure we just use that as an example to know that that is what I would like to be for my kids.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mrs. Michael. Thank you very much. So we have a mix of panelists here. And Mr. Michael is our parent representative, as it were. But all of us are parents. I think one of the experiences, I didn't have the experience of being a father. I don't have the experience of being a father to girls, because I only have 2 boys. And that may be a different experience. So I'm going to later on ask us to talk about that. What I can share is my brother has a daughter, and my experience when she was very young, she's a very, let me say, meek and mild child. So I thought that when I became a father, my children would be the same way. My children are nothing like that. Nothing like that. They'll mash up the place if they were inside here, right? So the experience I found of raising boys is a little different from raising girls. I will talk about that a little bit. But I want to find out from each of you, what did you do to prepare to be a father? What was that transition like? Did it just come upon you, or how did you process the transition of becoming a father the first time? I'm going to ask you, Mr. Henry, if you could start.
Okay. You know, I like to keep it real, very real. I heard Mr. Troop mention earlier his experience. I didn't meet my father till late. And I met him, he wasn't my father. One of the challenges I've had in my first marriage was the question of, if I didn't know who my father was and didn't understand the relationship of a father, how would I interpret what should happen with my children? How would that happen? And you know, some of the things I went back to, which I think is important to relationships as men, as fathers with their children, are the mentoring situations. When I was in high school, I had a good friend who had a father who demonstrated what being a father was, and we used to catch on. I saw what that meant. I tried to understand and appreciate what the sound of somebody saying, "Daddy," what that would mean, and what was the responsibility that came with that. And a lot of it for me has been and had been on-the-job training. Learn from the work and expose my vulnerabilities to the partner and say, I understand or I don't understand this, you know? What do you expect in this particular situation, and how should I respond? And I'm still learning every day. Every day I'm learning how to listen more to the children because they have a lot to say. I'm learning to listen in different ways to my wife. She has a lot to say. And as an academic, I can tell you, she have a lot to say. But those things have helped the journey, you know, and being willing to be, well, I'm going to use the word submissive, but submissive in a space in which learning is always a requirement to be able to successfully move forward.
Thank you. Mr. True.
For me, I guess, is recognizing the void in my life and using that as a marker as to what I know I would not want to be for my own children. So I know I wanted to be present. I know I wanted to be their protector. And I want to give them guidance. Strange enough, when I grew up in an inner city community, the majority of my friends, as a matter of fact, all of my friends, we didn't see no father in their life either. So I wasn't shocked by the fact that I didn't have that male figure in my life very early. I think the shock came for me when I went to St. George's College and I saw, children from different backgrounds. So I said people driving with them father, and they tell all kind of tales about what they would have done in the summer. Some of them, think it's true, But because we couldn't prove it, we'd have to accept it, and I have to accept it because I couldn't relate to that. So I know I did not want to be what I saw my father or knew my father to be because he wasn't there. The beautiful thing about it too, though, which is very strange, because my mother never said anything bad about my father. And I thought for a long time it was her guilt. I thought that she would have done something wrong that would have resulted in the separation. But she always would have said to me, son, in time you will grow and understand. I think the other two things she did for me that was critical. She made the point that she was my mother and she is not my father. Many women behave their mother and father, and that is not true. She would have provided two significant guidance in my life. She made sure she unpicked a family member, it would have been my uncle-in-law, to be that male role model in my life. He was a soldier, so he took me all over the place with him and his children. And she would have given me 24/7 advice about choosing friends. So the fact that I was able to choose friends who were like me, same kind of value system, we navigated the terrain of inner city community together without deviating into violence and drugs and promiscuity and all of that. And so those things were important for me, and those are the things I think I would want to have been providing for my own children, boy and girl. Of course, they're blessed with a beautiful mom and a caring mom, so I'm not taking all the credit, could never do that. But the fact still remains, it's important that our children, especially my boy, would have seen a male role model and a girl too, so that she understands that there is a standard when she is looking at relationship. There's a standard for pursuing that. And I think those things were important for me as a father.
All right, thank you very much. I'm coming to you, Mrs. Michael, but I wanted to comment on a point that Mr. Troop made. Because many years ago, many of you know the anthropologist Edith Clark would have written the book, My Mother Who Fathered Me. And there are some persons who are under the impression or the view that mothers can perform the fathering role. But I think increasingly we are learning that the act of mothering is very different from fathering. And boys learn how to be men and learn how to be fathers from other men. So I think the point you have raised about having that positive male role model in the life of a boy is particularly important, and we can't underplay, the role that male figure could have in a boy's life. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Smichael.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
All right, borrow mine.
Okay. Being a father, I started out by looking on the things of my father. First, my father don't have an education, but he really cares about his 6 children, cares a lot. And I look at it so deep that when I got my wife pregnant, I turned to her and said, guess what? She's the first child for me. And I want to make sure that she grow up having a father around. I don't care what you want or what plan you have, I'm going to marry you. Because I want to make sure my girl child grow up with a father figure. I don't want no man else around her, nor no other person. I don't want no stepmother neither. I saw me looking at myself. No, I'm talking about, I don't know if you look at it as but I'm talking on my impression. And I look at it and said, when I look and see how my father tried so hard with us without an education, and he make the way out for me that I can be who I am today, I have to stand up for my child and for my children, my 2 kids. So being a father, my friend, is not easy, but it's healthy. It's healthy for the children. It's healthy for your child. It makes no sense to say you want to have money and you're there over here and your children or your child is over here. The best thing of a mother and a father is to be around your child. And I appreciate to know that when I'm there for my daughter and my son, Daddy, so my time my daughter would say, Daddy, you know, say I'm my mama. So he call me mother, father. I said, no, don't call me your mother. Your mother is all right. He said, no, but I take care of it. So that's all I appreciate to know that I am playing the role of a father until when?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Smichael. Yeah. I think that's a slogan we can use, What is it? Being a father is not what? Easy, but it is healthy. It is not easy, but it is healthy. I like that. Miss Carr, maybe we can use that at the NPSC. Yes? Being a father is not easy, but it is healthy. And, I want to share, many years ago, I had a friend who, his girlfriend was expecting at the time. And I asked him, I said, boy, how you feel about, becoming a father? What is going through your mind? And he said, boy, if I try to prepare, I will never be prepared. But it's here, it's happening, I have to just step up and show up. And from my own experience, I can tell you, I was filled with trepidation. Because in my mind, boy, if I do one thing, I might mess up these children. But I think, so from very early on, I started to pray. I said, Lord, help me to be a good father. And as Mr. Henry said, he's always learning. And I think that is also my experience too. I'm always learning how to be a better father and how to show up for the children. And I learn from my wife too, because there are many things that she teaches me. Because I may say something and she says, you can't say it that way. Or I might do something and she says, remembering that this one is different from the other one. It's a different personality. And thankfully, for those of you here who knows me, would know that my wife spent some time at the early childhood level as an educator as well. So she would have taught me a lot from her experience at that stage. So thank you very much, gentlemen. In what ways have institutions or systems influenced your ability to fulfill your role as father? What has helped you? Are you able to respond? I see you're thinking about it. Mr. True.
For me, it was
yes.
church.
Church.
I grew up in the Catholic Church. Back then, still now, probably even more worse now, we don't see a lot of male in the church in general, but a traditional church like Catholic Church. But it really was the church because the women there were like extended family. The priest that I interacted with was a very, very good priest. And so we were able to have a lot of frank discussion about, growing up as boys, dispelling some of what we thought were the reality of man. So for example, when you live in an inner city community and you are around older men, you get the impression that what defines their manhood is to have a baby mother in every parish kind of thing. And they will boast about that. And so that was something I learned very early, that don't define me. And the other thing I also learned and appreciated was the fact was that, and even though women kind of send this mixed message, the macho, Rambo kind of men can't relate, can't communicate, can't have a discussion. And for me, being able to express my feelings, being able to communicate with others was also very important, and that's an important learning I got from the church, going to Sunday school. My mother, again, taught me, we go to school 5 days a week. I must go to school 5 days a week, but we also must go to church. And it wasn't as if we had many different clothes to wear to church. So I may have uniform for school, I may have uniform for church. Right, but she always said to us, we must go to church. One of the things that the church did for me as a boy, I think to draw boys into the church. They had a very good, nice breakfast program. I tell you, they always said the way to a man's heart is his belly. They learned from very early, so they would provide, nice, healthy breakfast for us. So, I don't really want to miss that. But it is also the learning that we got throughout that experience. So that was important for me, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Spiker.
Yes, sir. It's just like my mom was preparing me for a journey also, because when I left earlier school, he went to this pastor friend of mine, Reverend Folks, asking him to get me into to learn a skill. Reverend Folks looked at him and said, can he pass the secondary exam? And he said, sure. Mama said, she not sure. So I said, send him down a secondary now, the Belfield Secondary School. And I went down there. And I learned welding. And that's what I'm doing from that time until now. So there's a preparation from then through my mom. And that's what I'm being using right now to take care of my family.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that support helped you to live up to the financial responsibility
yes,
that you'd have as a father.
Yes,
All right, thank you. Any contribution, Mr. Henry?
Well, I think the formative years are important. I am who I am because of where I come from and who was there. I grew up with my grandmother, then my mother, and all these female cousins who thought they should run my life. So I had women around me quite a lot, but it added value. I think I became who I am because of those inputs that were made. Later in life, the empathy that I developed for young people came out of that space. The compassion for the neighbors next door and the neighbors' children. I've told my wives that the way I love my children is also to demonstrate love for the children of the neighbor next door. And so, because I won't be here forever, but we need to build a space in which they are able to coexist. And so the village concept, however we construct it now, is what it is that has helped me to become who I am. And I'm certain that we need to revisit that space to help to support what are the institutions in there, the church, the neighbor next door, the values that came out of what I grew up with, many of which have been eroded over time. But if we revisit those things, we will come back to a little bit of what the society should look like. Yes. Because those are real values, them carved out of stone. Yeah. So a part of who I am and the inner clock and the inner consciousness has come from out of that space. So whether it's a grandmother raised the child, because somehow we have to left with the grandparents, we have to help them to make sure so they plant the seed properly, because we might not get the chance. We're busy at trying to make the money. We are the father who is the mother, or the mother who is the father. And so it is important that we come back to where there's an inclusive conversation in the community that help us to normalize proper standard values for everybody to go by. This is what makes the family look good. Not what you want to do and then what you want to do, but this is what makes us all look good. And if we come back to that, it is going to help each of us, even where we have gaps.
Yes, thank you very much. I completely agree with all you have said. The societal institutions play a role in forming us as human beings and helping us to be better, whether it's going to be a better mother or a better father. So you talked about the value of the church, or the role of the church rather, and the wider community in forming our value systems that help us to show up for our children. I want to piggyback on that, particularly something you said, Mr. Troop, about the vision that you had about what it meant to be a man. How do societal expectations of masculinity impact on how we perform, as it were, fatherhood today? There are particular perceptions that we have. There are some people who their expectation of the father is that he will just be a provider. And there are many men who do not show up emotionally for their children. They're not available emotionally. They do not participate in the nurturing and the caregiving activities because of societal expectations. What are the societal expectations of masculinity that would have influenced your approach to fatherhood? And what are the societal expectations that may need to be changed to cause more men to become better fathers?
I don't think as a society we have taken time out to recognize that fatherhood in Jamaica has been changing and changing for the positive. If you look around, you see so many fathers now riding bicycle, taking their kids to school, being involved in their children's life, playing with them, doing all kind of stuff with them. Yet we continue to use a narrative as if men are not stepping up. We are not celebrating, the significant changes we're seeing in our men. The thing that struck me as a child growing up, and still I'm very concerned about, is when you look at a Mother's Day, and every street have all different kind of things. And when you talk about Father's Day, Father what? What is that? And I think families get the cue from society. I think we do not give recognition to the value of fathers and the role they play and celebrate that and make it significant. And even if it requires the society and organization to make a special effort to acknowledge fathers, celebrating fathers, engaging positive fathers to be having conversation with other fathers, that is important. So we grew up, first of all, many of our girls have a mother, female role model. For us as boys, we never have that. We couldn't relate to that, no father. So the persons who would have defined be role model for boys would be really, sometimes the artists and prominent people like footballers, and boys gravitate to that. For me, I was very worried that, because again, when I was growing up, I could choose to listen to particular kind of songs that uplift you and give you a vibes and a positive vibes. Unfortunately for us now, a lot of the songs that our boys gravitate to are negative songs. And it's not just only they are negative songs, but you have the artists who are producing these songs don't believe that the music is shaping the minds of our boys and girls. And so they are not taking responsibility for the message that is being communicated and how that message is informing the behavior. But I still believe that we have seen significant changes. We have organizations, we have the National Parent Support Commission that has been an excellent work. Yeah, thank you, Kesia. And recently I've heard her talk about now having special intervention for fathers. I want to say to educators in particular, sometimes you quarrel when you don't see fathers at PTA meetings. But fathers are like, come and just listen. So we have to repackage PTA meeting to draw on what fathers would want to benefit from and be engaged in. But there are a lot that are positive, but we still need a way to go so we can't be complacent. We want to celebrate the fact that many of our men are stepping up as real fathers, big time.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Troop. So two takeaways. Well, we heard about the special intervention for fathers by the NPSC, and also the last point you mentioned in terms of going forward. One, acknowledging that men are
stepping up,
increasingly stepping up.
Big time.
I want to say, some years ago, I was at the Children's Hospital, and I did a little project where I saw a lot of men there holding the babies, fathers, and I asked their permission and I took their pictures. So I have a little album with different men holding and shaking and so on their babies at the hospital. And I think it was a signal that there's a shift where fathering is concerned. But then when I look, I realized that as the children got older, then the father started to not be as involved. And I'm not sure what accounts for that. But I don't know if anybody else wants to comment about how our ideas around masculinity and nurturing or fathering conflict with each other. Because many men will tell you the way they learned to be a father or the vision they saw was a father who provides and perhaps a father who was present, but not one who would have been emotionally available. So not one who would help a child to learn emotional regulation, for example, or a father who would actively listen, because as Mr. Henry said, children like to talk and they want to feel heard, but many fathers do not have the time or do not make the time to listen to what their children have to say. So when they want to talk and when they want to vent, they go to mommy and they don't think of going to daddy. So there is an idea that we have about how men ought to be. How can we challenge those kinds of stereotypes?
Right. And sometimes I feel very jealous because I spend a lot of time with mommy. And so I'm trying to figure out, how do I get into that space? The role hasn't changed. The responsibility becomes fluid. And I dare say that we should not yield what is in the best interests of the child to the changing understanding of masculinity. What the child needs is what the child needs. And the society needs to appreciate and accept that to be what it is. The developmental milestones don't depend on me being this kind of dad. They are what they are. And so the society needs to help parents to understand what is in the best interest of the child. You may not have all the resources, which includes time or money. You may not have the best perceptions of yourself as family, but the needs of the child remain the same. And so whether we need to find a resource next door or we draw on the support of the Parental Commission or the ministry or whoever else there is, because the village needs to come together. The responsibility of the father can look different if you're in an urban center or if you're in rural Jamaica. It can look different if you are intelligent or not so intelligent. You went to UE or not. We have created what is the best response that we can based on the capacities that we have. But we have to come back around to what is the need of the child. What do our children really need? and appreciate that we're not always able to provide for them in the family context, however the families. It can be grandparent, father and child, or mother and child, but whether from a policy perspective or what we enact in the village space, all of us need to come back to where we appreciate that our children, not because they come from uptown or downtown, or them walk, or they come on the bike to school, or they come in a nice car, their needs must be met. And so as a father, if I understand that, because many fathers don't understand and appreciate what their child needs, what is the developmental milestone I should be examining, looking for at a time as this, and as this. And so I go through, particularly if I'm not sure, I will go through a space of, one, supporting the lack or the gaps, because I think I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, or if the institutions around me can help me to better understand what should I be looking for in my 10-year-old son? How should my 6-year-old daughter be behaving? What are the physiological transformations that I should understand? This father who is not a mother but is a mother needs to know those things. But we simply sometimes expect that he must assert himself. He must find him way. He must get the information, but he doesn't know. And so we shouldn't assume, we should make the assumption, we should come back around to where we're constantly revisiting the sharing of information, the requisite information that supports our men as fathers to be who they're supposed to be in the household, with their partners, because those things also affect who they are and how they are. Who is my wife? How much money I make? Is my job stable? All of those things affect my masculinity. And I'm going to want support, and maybe it's not going to come from a wife, because she might be saying, you're not doing too well. And the neighbor next door might think I'm doing a great job, awesome, but I'm struggling. And so if we help our men in a conversation in which we are sharing the information that the one who went to UE can understand, and the one who never got UE can understand, then we are beginning now to be inclusive in the space that we provide for the best interest of our children.
Thank you, very well said. I think you want to make a contribution, Mrs. Michael.
Yes, sir. All right, for example, when I look back and see, all right, when my wife was around, I don't have much experience with my kid, with my 2 children, but she's not around, so it takes me some time to get to know them like that. How many times as a father and a mother is around, we spend that time trying to search out and to know things about those children? Those are questions that need to be answered also. Because it takes me a good while to really know how to get around my girl child, get to know around my little boy child, same way. It takes me some time. For example, when my wife is around, I hold down my head, I have to earn. I have to make sure I take care of them. But how many times make me get up from where I'm at that time earning and say, all right, I'm going to make a sacrifice to know how Talia feels, to know how Theodore feels, to know what they want from me and what they don't want from me. So it's like, it's a process. We're all going through a process at that time. It's not every father know how to get around, because all the time is that me I earn and me make sure food upon the table, clothes upon them back, and shelter over their head. That's all. But other apart from that, our children need more than that.
I feel like we're getting a lot of nuggets today, and I'm hoping that we're recording them, because there's a lot that we're learning today. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Smichael. I mean, there's more that we need to do as a society to teach men to set aside time, for example, to know their children and to spend time with them and to build that kind of bond, that relationship with them. But I want to say something, piggybacking on what you said too. Sometimes when mommy is there, we step back and allow mommy to do all of that. It's like, I can share my a recent example. So if mommy was there, mommy would take the lead. And mommy would say, boy, we need to spend more time, with the children and so on. But mommy had to leave for a weekend. So what we did, we went to the car show, Jamaica car show, and the boys loved it. But maybe if mommy was there and said, let's go to the car show, mommy said, no, sir, car show. No. But the boys loved the car show, and they were able to go and to, you know. So there are sometimes mommy need to allow us right. to spend, you know, to create the atmosphere or, you know, create the opportunity for us to spend time with the children. And it's going back to what you said earlier, Mr. Henry, that when we're alone with the children, sometimes mommy worry, and mommy constantly call to ask that they eat, you know, so and so do, and so on. And sometimes I have the same experience with my wife. I have to say, why wouldn't they eat? I'm going to ensure that they eat. Why wouldn't they be okay? They're my children too, you know. Sometimes, like if mommy's not there and I get them ready for school, you oil their hair. Mommy, why wouldn't I oil their hair? I'm getting them ready for school, you know. So we have to meet each other halfway. We're co-parenting together. So tell me, what can policymakers and lawmakers do to create an environment that supports men to be better fathers?
I would, can I jump in?
Yes, go ahead, Sir Henry.
You know, many years ago I had the privilege of serving some early childhood institutions as I worked for a major company that its corporate social responsibility included that space. And I would have had the chance to look at how early childhood practitioners engage the space with children. I would have a chance to see the challenges, some of the struggles that they had, but also the extension of the role of parents and the inclusion of parents in the process, such that they don't feel like, you know, we just drop off and we gone home and we come back when you call us, or we send the money for the pizza. But first of all, at the level of practice, in the institution, we encourage the leadership. I encourage the leadership. We built out a space in which we said, men are not just fathers, they're parents, and they need to be involved in the life of the school. Carve out a day, 2 days, either per month, when the men can come to the school. And if the wives or spouse can come to the institution, pamper them, validate their effort, build out a space in which they feel like we're really adding value to this, make it practical, give them a chance to do that. No, that is in practice. But at the ECC level and at the place of advocacy, we need to now say, how do we facilitate the opportunity of making that happen? Because the man say, I am doing my part because I'm earning the money. I'm doing the 9 to 5. But the child needs more than that. And so in the best interest of the child, what Papa doing is great. But the experience of the connection may not be happening. The institution needs to facilitate that. And the public policy that supports that must go beyond the parental leave. It has to now be that in the curriculum of the space, what is there for HFLE and so on, we include the space where the men are uniquely and intentionally recognized. We say, this is where our fathers can step into the picture, and we afford them that opportunity without judgment, without, they came and the women wash their feet, rub their shoulders, they scrub them here. So them come straight from work, irrespective of the type of work. So I'm saying, first of all, let us begin to practice the change that we envision. Let us begin to practice. And I hear what you're saying. We now need to help the men who don't have this platform, who in their households, they don't have the space to speak up, because somehow we can't talk, you know. We know that, right? Some of the men in the house can't talk. They just follow lead and say this direction. But it's not in the best interest of the child. You get what I'm saying? And mommy has to learn to validate, but she don't understand that because we've never taught her how to validate the man. And when you show up at the school at the PTA, for the first time I was in one the other day with my kids in another space, and when it started, it's me, one, and the principal, and somebody is there. But we have to now say, yes, can we rearrange this space so that we don't feel like we stick out and stand out? can we rearrange it so that it feels that we feel valued? And if we don't feel valued, because we have to know, touch him where it matters. If he doesn't feel valued, he would say, I'm not needed here, son. I'm not needed here. Let me do something else. And many of our men have gone to the periphery and are still there because of that. So we need to say, one, change the place of practice, because policy hard for change in this country. Policy hard for change, we know that. And it takes time, is that true? It takes time. So let us begin to practice the change that we anticipate and desire in the best interest of our children, and hope the policy catch up. That has been my approach.
All right, thank you, Mr. Henry. So what I'm hearing from you is that in terms of practice, we need to, institutions need to show that we value men, right? So I'm hearing
Absolutely.
that. And I'm hearing that within the home, there should be equal footing where the parents are concerned. All right, I hear you. But we do have some policymakers here today, and I want to hear from the panel, what direction should we be going where fathering is concerned? How can we support or create an environment that supports men to be better fathers? And I heard you say it's beyond the paternal leave policy. What other things can we do at a policy level? Mr. Troop?
We have been coexisting in a culture of lawlessness and violence for decades. We're seeing some breakthrough now in bringing down the incidence of major crime in this country. I think our policymakers need to continue to give attention to this issue. You see, because boys and men are seen as protectors in a very volatile space, sometimes it forces our young men and our boys to make choices that they would not have made if they had less pressure on them to provide safety for self and family. The incidents of crime and violence oftentimes force many of our young boys and young men to make choices because they are protectors. So if we continue to give targeted attention to policies that bring down the incidence of crime and violence in the country, it puts less pressure on our boys and our men. I want to see us giving greater opportunity, greater incentive for more male teachers in the classroom. We have, it's a female-headed household. You go to churches, all women, especially traditional churches.
Oh, yes.
You go to school, the majority of the teachers are women. So where are the positive role models? And I would like to see, especially the early childhood level, yeah, and go right up, but especially the early childhood, this is the formative years, more of our male occupying the spaces as teachers and providing that balance. Boys learn differently from girls. We need to see policies that are now giving attention to developing the kind of content and methodology that suits our boys. The other thing that for me is super important, I would like to see as a country we invest more in policies that give targeted attention to the creative industry. You have both boys and girls don't do well academically. Some of them don't have a subject and they can sit here and write a song. And I write a song that is powerful and potent. How do we help our young people, especially our boys, to harness their talent within the creative industry to do well, so that they are able to better write songs, better deliver songs, you know, that they see the industry is more than just even making songs, but what are the other associated skills that can drive our industry. It is sad that we have a country that produces the biggest, the fastest runners in this world, and we have not capitalized on the economics of that. So you had big Beijings and all those things, and is other people selling Jamaica flags. We have not seen the value of the economics behind the creative industry, behind sports. That is our goal in this country. How do our policymakers understand that and ensure that we are putting in the resources, the legislation that is going to, you know, just allow the industry to blossom and to do well? Those for me would be some areas of concern and areas of focus for our policymakers.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chu. Mr. Smichael?
Yes, sir. All right, for a small example, I had some little youngster came to my home and then fixed them bicycle. And I left a set of tool at a location. So anytime when I'm not there, they came there and then fixed them bicycle. The other day I looked at something and I said, I took all of them into the workshop and I started to hold their hand with the welding torch and started to teach them how to weld. And I say, you see where you started? What if you find 10 persons in every community start to do something similar? They have their workshop there, they have them little business there, and they start to take them, the little youngster them, and start to show them those little rope.
Yes.
By doing that, you start to, as a father, you start to take in those little youngsters and start to teach them small matters. Do you think that can we start to make a change from there?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Smichael. So what I'm hearing from the panel is that policymakers can focus on a number of things, such as, well, I'm going to go back to what you earlier said, Mr. Chu. Rethinking how we do PTA. Well, this is more at a practice level, but rethinking how we do PTA. That's one. Two, looking at interventions for men, and this is something that the NPSC is taking on, interventions for fathers. You referred to incentivizing programs to get more male teachers in the classroom, and particularly at the early childhood level. Supporting the creative industries, looking at alternative pathways to entering career fields in those industries. And you also made mention of addressing the crime problem to attend to the masculine association with being a protector. And if we address the crime problem, then it would alleviate some of the strains on men and allow men to become better fathers. And Mr. Smichael, you spoke about having apprenticeship initiatives for business owners like yourself to support young people to enter particular fields. Thank you very much for that. I want to ask you, because our time is running down, but I wanted to find out from you, what advice would you give to new or expectant, well, before I go there, let me ask you, what other roles could early childhood institutions and community organizations play in supporting men to be good fathers? What roles? Well, I heard you, Mr. Henry, talk about, showing that you value men and pampering men and so on. Is there anything else that early childhood institutions can do to support men in their fathering roles? Who wants to take that on?
I mean, I must give the early childhood institutions credit. When fathers come out to meeting, they are always acknowledged. Yeah, and might seem simple, but very important. For me, though, I would want to encourage our early childhood practitioners to see what are the things that could. Years ago, when I was involved in a non-government organization funded by Barita Foundation, one of the things that we did to attract more fathers to the PTA meeting was to have sports day across early childhood institutions. So a number of early childhood institutions will participate in a community sports day. Fathers came out because they want to play domino, they want to play football, they want to play sports. And for them, they are giving back to their school, because the more medals they win, it is not just the individual winning, but it is the school winning because they get a trophy. To me, those kinds of things make a difference for men. It will have to be just a early child institution doing it, but again, because there are so many early child institutions in communities, it is early child institutions coming together, brainstorming together, doing things together to impact our fathers. I think that makes made a big difference then, and will continue to make a big difference. Saluting the fathers, letting them stand out, and not in a condescending way, yeah, but really acknowledge, giving them opportunity. I've seen, for example, early childhood institutions say, today is a work day, not a Labor Day thing, no. Today is a work day. How many, because they know them fathers. First of all, know your fathers. Know the skill that they have. And you're able to draw on them when it is necessary for them to be a part of the school community. Those things, I think, can make a big difference for fathers. And it has worked, and it will continue to work, because what you're doing is validating their presence and their worth, and allowing them to contribute to. So it's not just coming to PTA meeting and ticking off, yes, X-men were here, but it's actually to get them involved in the life of the school and the life of their children. When you have, for example, career day, where they dress up into all different kind of, use that moment for the children to talk about the importance of them wearing a police uniform and all the other. So it's not just the clothes that they wear, but process why the family, because not only the child, the family would have chosen that particular uniform or dress. Have the conversation with our student, and have the fathers there too in that process when they're having that conversation. Makes a difference.
Right. Thank you. Sir Michael.
Yes, sir. If our dear principal never invite me to be here today, I wouldn't be here. So it's a part of developing me and showing me that I'm important as a father to show my child.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So our commendations to your principal,
to my
institution. You know, I think, as Mr. Troop said, early childhood institutions have a very important role to play in helping men to be fathers. And I think the institutions already play a role in helping mothers to be good mothers. And I can tell you, there were things when I was young that my mother didn't know how to explain to us. But as she went to the teachers gave her guidance on how to explain certain things to us as children. But one of the issues is that as men, we don't always seek the help of the teachers. We don't always seek their advice. So maybe what the institutions can do is, although we don't ask for it, give it to us as fathers, so that we're better able to provide support to our children. What advice would you give to new or expectant fathers feeling overwhelmed or unsure about their new role? What would you say to a new father? Mr. Henry.
Well, first of all, one, don't be ashamed. You're already a father. You're in the role. Most of us are still learning. We need to, one, look for the opportunities for mentorship where they exist. Come alongside other fathers who maybe appear to be doing well. Most of us are struggling. The fact of the matter is we don't know everything. We need to have, we need to set up the community groups where the man them can come talk. We need to set that up. We need to use the early childhood institution to facilitate the conversation. And so advice can be shared easily and readily. We need to have that kind of talk. The church needs to become more involved. Everything that must happen between pulpit and pew. You can have some conversations around at the back and invite the man them to come in and sit down and say, well, go on, and talk about the situations. Because men need to talk. We need to talk. We need to let out and vent, right? We don't always do it right, At no time. I'm just going to share a quick thing to give you a little example. So my wife is gone for 4 weeks. I'm going to try to work it out. It's not easy. And I had an experience with my daughter. She's 8. And I remember as a young man, my grandmother, remember I grew up with a grandmother. She showed me how to peel banana, how to cook it. She showed me how to wash my socks and my underwear and deal with those matters. So I noticed a little thing with my daughter, and I call her and say, guess what? I think you need to engage us to understand what's going on. So I take a small container, put some of our things in there, and say, let me show you how to wash this thing. And she start go through the process, make sure how to put it in her hand, rub. And when it done, she was crying hard. Doc, she started a piece of crying. Sorry, baby, I'm talking about you. I said, she crying really hard. And I couldn't understand. So why are you crying? She said, you made me do this thing with this thing. I said, Daddy, didn't mean to hurt you. And I was saying to myself, my God, did I traumatize my child? Did I put her through something that is I shouldn't do? But then I said, no, it's my time now to explain to her why this is important. Let me help you now to take on this thing here. So. And so I'm at the point where I'm suggesting to us, men don't have it all together. Most of us in Jamaica, if the family is failing, it's because one of the parents are failed, or we are both failing. And if the parents are failing, the society has also failed. And if the society has failed, the country is failing. And so we need to stop cast the blame and just come around to where, listen, we must start where we are, because our men need to have opportunities to learn. We don't know what are the developmental milestones for children, unless you're academic and you work in the system and so on. We're learning, like my brother over here, what is responsible behavior for men towards girls, towards boys. And I'm saying we need to stop taking it for granted that as men, because you drive certain thing or you live certain places, it is not okay. And we're struggling and we're seeing the outcome of that struggle when we see the kind of abuse that is going on. We see the kind of inhumane behavior that men perpetrate against women and girls. We take it serious and just kind of stop and say, let us address the issues. So I'm saying, one, utilize the institutions that we have. School can't be how school has always been in the early childhood institution. Some of the children, big and have beard. I wonder if you understand what I'm saying. Them name parents facilitate the opportunity of learning for them in the institution. The church, the same thing. And so as men, just give us a chance to learn. Don't take it for granted that we already know what is good and responsible parenting, and help us to get over. Even it look like we're saying, we know. We don't know.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. I want to say, even when we work in the field and we say we know developmental milestones, because life is dynamic and people are dynamic, while we're going through it, it helps when we have somebody else supporting us and reminding us what it is that's supposed to be happening or we're supposed to be doing. As we said earlier, we're learning because there's no fatherhood manual that's perfected. No, each day we are learning how to be fathers. Thank you, Mr. Troop.
And it's okay. I mean, being a new father and you feel overwhelmed, feel challenged, even if you're a senior parent, you have those moments too. It is okay.
Yes.
And it is how do you process, internalize it, and process it, and just be prepared to just go at it again. For me, what was important in the family was to ensure that I was present. I cannot be a visiting father. Yeah? For me, what was important was that I was modeling behavior that I wanted my children to emulate. Not to speak it, but to model it. Some things we take for granted. You see, sometimes when you're poor, you learn some things, One of the things that my mother did was every single member of the family had chores to do, whether you're a boy or a girl.
Yes.
You must learn to cook, you must learn to wash, you must learn to clean. And for her, that was, in her days, it was for us as men to learn to be independent.
Yes.
Yeah? And so my son, he must learn how to cook, he has to learn how to clean, and he has to learn those kinds of skills.
Yeah, we're not talking about child labor here.
No, this is absolutely not child labor. Yeah? It is our contribution to the family. Yes? And we are acknowledged for that. We have a schedule. Yeah? So whose time is to clean the bathroom, whose time is to do that. And we celebrate together. And so when, we run joke like when them just start cooking, say, I buy a bottle of Pepto-Bismol because we don't know what's going to happen. And then when they're doing well, we celebrate that and we let them know how much they are appreciated. I think it can be a lonely place if you don't have a circle of friends to process what you're going through. So I think what is important, we say to our children, choose a friend wisely, as dads too. As grown men, we have to make sure we choose our friends wisely, because when we turn to them, they must not be saying, oh, waste of time that. You go somewhere else or do something else. Or, yeah, they must be there to say to us, yeah man, that's all right, man, we did go through that too. Or, you know, let's look at this other way. Or just listening to what we are going through is important. So the friends we choose as adults are also very important, because it is that circle of friends that will provide some level of support to us and guidance to us. And as men, we need that too. This is not just a woman thing. Men don't cry. Men don't often cry. Yeah, man, not serious thing. And then, hey, you have some I'm going to tell you how it's real. And that's why the masculinity issue too. Let me show you how it's real now. So you know you have some wicked movie on Netflix, right? Yeah. And you're watching it with the family. It's like, I want to start jumping with it on. I don't cut your face so. I just say you need some water. Yeah, but you don't show that emotion, family. And one day my wife said, no, man, this, that, daddy. Let's process. I will process a family, why this thing tear you up that way. Yes. And then the children even appreciate that more. So all my son now, he may watch a movie too. But what he said to me is that, Dad, it's because I know a certain kind of movie is going to bring out certain kind of emotion, I choose not to watch it. Yeah. But you know, those things are important as a family. So it must start with family. Yes. And it must start with early childhood too, because I always say to parents, you see, when we just turned parent, we're celebrating the fact that we have a child. And they're not getting no trouble yet. So it's better you introduce them to the parenting techniques from very early than when they are teenagers and them come with the teenagers issues. Yes. When you are better prepared, when they just have the child and they're exposed, that's why we love early childhood so much, because you expose them very early to issues of parenting, and they learn from that and they apply that to their to parenting, and it makes your relationship so more important for them and the children.
No, before you jump in, I just wanted to say this, and I think this is important, and I use in personal experience. Some of us as fathers have children very young.
Too young.
Very, very young. I had children, my first child was at 21. I grew up with my daughter. When I was doing my second degree, I was crossing the podium at the university with my daughter. And so I had to acknowledge that it's not just learning on the job. I was really learning on the job. And so a part of that is that many of our fathers and men, as I understand it, mature a little differently than women and slower. So you can imagine now that we have plenty children when we're young. We're really not at a whole heap, We're still developing ourselves. We are still ourselves learning to be the man that we're supposed to be. So we look macho and man go on a certain way, but we're not ready for this. And so just think about it, if 50% of the population of the country are born to young people, and before them have number 2, and some of those parents are children themselves, we're not even come out of the pod yet. How much work needs to be done to build constructively that man so that he can add value to those young people? And so I'm saying that we have to be intentional about our efforts to deal with the matter of parenting. And fathers, as parents, we can't sweep it under the rug. A whole heap of men out there have children who they not even know properly, don't understand how to deal with them. And they're going to be the ones who we will pay for later on. So we have to stop and say, how do we adjust? It's not even the policy so much, but the practice of engagement in every institution with regard to these people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. I think we're talking about some work cut out for the National Parenting Support Commission, where these young fathers are concerned. But one of the things, I want to sum up what I hear from you two. Very often we think that men have it all together. What we're hearing is that we don't always have it all together. We need support. Yes, we need support. Mrs. Michael, what advice would you give?
Yes, sir. I was just looking at back on Titus, when he said, hold the men, teach the young men them how to be sober.
That's right.
And older ladies teach young ladies them how to take care of their home or their wife, something like that. Yes. And it's not an easy task that the young men them are going through right now, because not for the fathers them that should be there for them, they are not there. They are not around. And some of them who were supposed to should be taking care of their children, they're not have a settled mind. Their mind don't settle. They just say, all right, me have 5 kids, I don't have 5. They not even know much about one. And so we as the older folks, we start old, but thanks be to God I started. So I'm still standing strong beside my 2 kids. Yeah, I'm still standing strong, and me promise them now left until them pass the worst.
Right, very good.
Yeah. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mrs. Michael.
Gentlemen, just pause for a moment, please. We want to make welcome the Honorable Floyd O'Brien Green, Minister of Agriculture. Please stand, fisheries and mining, while he joined these wonderful, handsome young men on stage. Please make him welcome to PDI 2025, hosted by the Early Childhood Commission under the tutelage of Mrs. William Singh and the Dr. Carleen DeGrasse Deslandes. Welcome, Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Floyd Green.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome, Minister Green, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. Did I get it right? Fisheries and Mining. Right, welcome, sir. So you've been hearing the conversation, some of it, about fatherhood. And I know you are well experienced in this area, and you do have, forgive me if I can't remember the name of your podcast. Is it Amazing Dads? Is that it? Jamaican Dads. Yes, man. So he's an expert in this area. So I'm going to ask you to jump in to answer the question that was just asked. What advice would you give to young fathers who are feeling overwhelmed about their fathering role?
All right, thank you, Dr. Thompson. First of all, let me just congratulate the ECC. I think this is a wonderful initiative. Very, very happy. And I'm extremely happy that there is a space for fathers to speak. I do feel that sometimes we speak around the issue, we speak about the issue, but we don't allow fathers to speak. And I think the first important point is to provide this platform. So that's very, very good. Thankfully, I got the link from Dr. Deslandes, and I was able to watch on my way down, and apologies. The Prime Minister asked me to do a meeting this morning very early in Kingston. I tried my best, but I'm here now, and everything has been covered, right? What's amazing is that regardless of different walks of life, regardless of different times that we start our fatherhood journey, some of the issues are the same. And a lot of them are about how do you treat with your emotions, what is that safe space for fathers to engage and to interact, and how do you make parenting a priority. So I guess in relation to advice, one of the reasons why we started the Jamaican Dads podcast, and if you haven't listened to it, please tune in. We are every Thursday on Nationwide at 8 p.m. And it was one of those things that came about out of COVID. All of us as young fathers, looking for where do we get information to be a better father. And it's really hard to find, quite frankly. And I think one of the things that the ECC and the National Parenting Commission should do is put some documentation out there for fathers, specifically. You have it? Good. Well, help us, and we're going to invite you to come talk, right? Because we, as young fathers, sat down and we're saying, boy, we just started to share. Otis, my friend, he was the first one, so he had a little bit more experience, but he started with a daughter. The rest of us came with sons, and then we're saying, boy, this normal? Because even that, when your children are acting up, just to find out, is this behavior acceptable? Is it, how do you treat with that? So my first advice would be engage positive fathers. Don't be afraid to look around to see those in your circle who have done well at it and engage them about how they've done, right? I think that is important. 1, 2, speak. You know, share. I think it's very, very important for men, and a number of you have said it already, to share their experiences, share their emotions, share their thoughts. Research. Again, some of these things we don't think that they are manly to do, right? Because of how society has been constructed. But everything is at your fingertip now, right? So research and use that to guide. And then appreciate that children will do less of what you say and more of what you do, and live the way you want them to live. One of my big realities was that last one. So clearly I have a son, and I never know certain things could pass through genetics, but he is, oh my God, he is like me on steroids, right? But what I started to recognize is not just about how I walk or how I talk. Literally, even without saying it, he would model the things that I do. So you have to be much more careful. So if you normally come and you just throw your shoes at the door, as night follows day, he's going to come and throw his shoes at the door. And no matter how much his mother tells him, once there's a father in the household and you have a son, he's going to model your behavior. So I think my most powerful advice would be live the way that you want your child to live, right? Because that's the only thing that helps shapes. And I'm still work in progress, hence my son is still work in progress. Sorry to my wife, but we're working on it.
That's right.
Thank you, Minister. You mentioned as fathers, owning up to our emotions, and a part of that is also teaching our children how to identify the emotions and learn to regulate. And I think that's something that we don't often have expectations of fathers to do. I don't know if you, Minister, or anybody else on the panel can share your experience, one, of learning to identify your emotions and teaching your children how to identify and manage your own emotions. Are you able to do so? And we're living in a world where children are becoming more expressive. That's one. I also want to talk a little bit about even just the access to technology and so on, but see if you can answer this part first, and then we'll go to the next one. Anybody?
I'm constantly overcome by the idea that I'm growing. The process is just there before me. Emotionally, I think the first part of that is to get over your own personal trauma, because it's real. We can put on face, we can play it out how we want to, but a lot of us as men have had our own personal experiences of trauma. And nobody comes to you and say, how you doing? They say, how you doing? But they're not waiting for the answer. It was just, well. How you doing is a real conversation. And not just a conversation today. It's for the last 10 years, the last 20 years, the last 30 years of a conversation. That before I became a man, I met a woman, and my trauma was not dealt with. We bring more trauma to that. Well, she had some too. Now may have more trauma. So a part of that struggle, the emotions, the psychosocial space that I occupy, I am trying to deal with, but I may not have all the tools. They're not available to me, and if they are, I don't know. But I've been taught that I must not let you know. I've been told I mustn't show that. That's what I've been told. So if we're walking around with pain and struggle as men with trauma, we now have to manage that in relation to our kids. So I said, don't shout. Why are you talking so loud? But it's not really me talking to them, it's the inner me, the boy in there, who's really talking to my son. because I'm dealing with the voices in my own head. And so we need to have space and help to deal with those things. Most Jamaican men, and I'm not even going on no science, Minister, most Jamaican men have experienced some degree of trauma. And most of us have not adequately dealt with it. And our children are struggling because of it. And if one of those traumas is that we didn't know our father, that is significant enough, not to mention if you come from inner city or if you go through any of those struggles. And so I'm saying, let us try to back up a little bit to help the male person father to deal with some of those things in the institutions, the church, in the community. Because in my community, how they deal with it, down at the bar, early morning, before the sun come up, is a little cup in hand. And that's dealing with trauma. And then them go deal with the children and the baby mother at home. And that just add problems to problems. But we have to get help to deal with our personal space so we can deal with our children.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just believe in interactions with children. You have to be very intentional and not be afraid to have those discussions and to say to them that this is how you identify, this is how you regulate, this is how... they are their own humans, and sometimes we lose sight of that, right? So you also have to give them space to develop their own. But definitely these are the conversations I find that are very, very important. The modeling is important, so again, I'll come back to it time and time again. Children will display what you show them, right? But definitely having conversation. I've had to have conversation with my son, especially in relation to challenging circumstances, embarrassing circumstances. How do you treat with the concept of crying as a male in a Jamaican society? You know, and all of those things I think you have to be intentional about. So I think fathers have to firstly appreciate that they have a critical role to play in upbringing. And that's whether you are in the home or not, right? Regardless of the circumstance with the other partner, you have a critical role in the upbringing of your child. I think those messages are things that we have to keep on reiterating. And critical role not just in breadwinning, which sometimes the fathers may believe that, all right, you might provide a little money here, a little money there, a critical role in the formation of person, in who that person will develop to be. And I think that is important.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have had a very enriching discussion, and I want to thank all the gentlemen for their contribution. Can we put our hands together and thank the panelists? And Minister, you caught the tail end, but we really appreciate the contribution so far. So we're at the end of our panel discussion. As I said earlier, I hope someone was taking notes, because I think we had some real nuggets today and some things that we can begin to act on, both in practice and where policy is concerned. So thank you very much. Thank you. I hope that you are, I'm sorry, we're going to clap again, but I hope you have been taking your photos and you're tweeting on, you're posting on X and LinkedIn and so on. I don't recall all the hashtags, but I guess you'll get that information soon. So I'll turn back over now to our moderator.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I just wish you all could just stay on the stage and just answer all the questions that were asked by the host, Dr. Thompson. Minister Green, you came in at the last minute, but guess what? Your words of encouragement, your power that you brought to the discussion, it's well received. Right, everyone? Mr. Sidney Henry, you're going to yourself, no?
Okay.
Yes, you're going to yourself. You're going to yourself. Mr. Richard Troop. I'm a boss. Hey, did you know that I'm a boss, lad? Yes. Hello. I got a kiss on my hand. I said I don't want to wash my hand, and I keep it in right. Madam Richard Troop and Mr. Dwayne Smichael. Look here. Clap him, man. Clap him. Look here. It was at the last minute that one of my colleagues said that they called on him and he was ready and gearing to come on stage, and he presented very well. Clap him. Stalwarts, you are fathers. I have right here, faithful, always there, trustworthy, honoring, ever-loving, and reliable. That's what father means to me, and I know it means to everyone. Thank you all for sharing, fathers, in this auspicious occasion. From the Early Child Commission, a big, warm, and congratulatory congratulations to you all for coming out this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Knowing How to Parent, the Challengers of Fatherhood. But I want to give away something before you leave. All right? I want to give away something, but I have two little ones with me, or with us this morning, and I want to ask them a question. So little ones over here, little Henrys, you're a little shy now. I want to ask you a question. Can you tell me something that you do with Daddy?
First of all, I remember that one time when he taught me how to make an omelet. And
she said that her dad taught her how to make an omelet.
But anyway, I like doing basically everything with him.
And Mr. Mekai, did I get it correct? All right, wonderful. Could you tell me something?
I like doing mostly everything with my father because I can, and he'll do it with me. I like driving with him. I like swimming with him.
Out of the mouth of babes, powerful words. Daddy, I'm not see nothing more. Little one, you want to add something? Working with Daddy. And I think Mr. Michael would have mentioned that he put out certain tools for the boys or the men to come and learn something, don't it? A trade, I'm assuming. Yes. Right, and that little one just said he likes working with Daddy. Yes. Ask her, Daddy. All right, let me see. Who wants to talk to me? Let me run. Daddy, you want to talk to me? You want to tell me something you like to do with your little one? What do you like to do with your child?
Well, I'm a father of two, boy and girl. My son just don't leave me alone. Everywhere, daddy, 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 daddy. The teachers at school say, Mr. Blake is like, you're the only father, because every day he's at school. Daddy, 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 daddy. Right.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing. And I'm going to take this little one around here. Understand?
I like to drive with my father.
Thank you very much for sharing. Clap her in the man. She likes to drive with her dad. Now, I have a little token. I want who can quickly come up with an acronym for father. An acronym for father. I just gave you one. You ready? Long time. Come, my baby. Come. Run. Come. Clap her in the man while she run. Come. You're not running, you walk. All right, go ahead.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Natasha Gordon. I'm here representing Claremont Basic School. I'm the PTA president, also a parent. I have a 4-year-old and I have two 16-year-old stepdaughters, and you can't tell that they're not mine.
That's right.
Okay, I didn't know my father until when I turned 16, 1 month after Ivan. But the relationship that we have, it's a bond. Yes, because you're supposed to have a relationship with your dad where you can go to him and say, Dad, I like this boy, or they know you build. And fathers are supposed to tell you about boys because they were boys themselves. So growing up, you have an idea what boys are like because your dad was a boy at one point. So he knows what boys. So for my father, I would say he's friendly. Okay, that's for father. He's very attentive. Yes. He's very thoughtful. He's humble and honest. Yes. Okay, F-A-T-H-E. Yes, he's very excellent. And he's very...
Responsible.
He's very respectful.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You can take something from the stand over there. Anything you choose, you can go ahead and choose one. Yeah, man, anything you want, only one. All right? Mrs. Williamson, you want a meal? All right, come through a meal. Come, a father. Yes, sir, we understand what she's saying. Yes. I need a father to give me an acronym for father. All right, that come, run, clap him. Hello, let me say, look how the man look dapper. Flat pants, turtleneck. Man, you look good. You smell good too.
Okay, it's my pleasure being here this morning, and I learned so much. It was very impactful, and a lot of things resonated with me, and I will take it back to my community.
Wonderful.
F for fearless, A for attentive, T for tactful, H for helpful, E for energetic, and R for reliable.
That's right.
You can go ahead and take something. You should have write it down. No worry, I said I might help you. Me get the letters and me just give me the words, all right? So F.
Okay. F. I will say faithful.
Faithful, clapping the man.
That's right.
A. Ambitious.
That's right.
Right there. T.
Trust.
All right, trustworthy. H.
Honesty.
That's right.
E.
You have to be energetic.
Yes.
You think? R.
Ready.
Resourceful.
Resourceful. Yes.
Clap him, the man, clap him. Clap him. So you can take some on the stand. Thank you very much. One for the little one as well. Right there, Mrs. Williamson, I'm energizer, but you know, like me can't keep still. All right, and we all know. So, let me say to you, thank you all for being here this morning. I know you enjoyed yourself. I know you had fun. I know you would have learned. And I just want to say, just remember, the title for this session was Knowing How to Parent the Challenges of Fatherhood. Thank you all for coming in. Our next session will be... Let me just quickly say that. The relevance of independent monitoring institutions, the child protection system. Thank you all for coming, and do have yourself a wonderful and strawberry-licious day. Fathers, please don't leave us yet. That the persons who are on stage, don't leave us yet, all right? All right, so I am being told just now, all the fathers and the children within the space, we're asking you to come forward. We need a photo of you, please. afternoon, and welcome back to the best track, track 1, parenting. Let me hear some noise. Oh, not ready yet on the belly full, nigga, right, is set in. Let me say it again. Welcome back to the best track, track 1, parenting. Let me hear some noise. Me say all the dogs in my bark and they hold them a hold. Lord of mercy. Thank you ever so much for coming back. I hope you did refresh yourself. We're off to a great start. I see you guys writing, or everyone writing down their little jingles, or they're tuned to the little rhythm. So selector, I want to get the rhythm going, and the persons, so it's a little icebreaker now before we start. So the persons who would have written their tune or their jingle, I'm going to ask you just to come forward. Quickly come forward. Quick, don't be shy now, coming on the right. Right there, sir. Very good. I'm getting a male in the mix. Very good. Or 2 males. Come on up. Lord of mercy. Look at the writers. Early child education. Very diverse. Come on up. Come on, make them welcome, man. Clap them. Lord, 2 males, I like that. Earlier we had a presentation on fathers, and we have 2 fathers up here, 2 males in the mix. Come on, man, stand up, man. When you ride rhythm, we now sit down and ride the rhythm, right, daddy? You're ready? When you're ready yet, chum, man. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have to listen. They're riding the rhythm. We want to know if it makes sense to what is happening in track 1. So I have learned that the man shall lead, right? So we learned that in church, don't it? So we're going to start off with a male. So, sir, you ready? You ready? You ready, man? All right.
Oh, the struggle is real. Oh, the struggle is real. With the help of ECC, we know we will reap. Parenting sometimes is a struggle, but with God and all the help. Oh, the struggle is real. Oh, the struggle is real. With the help of ECC, we know we will reap.
Clap the man, clap him. Next person. Come on, Althea, you ready?
Educator forever. PDI, we love it. Moving forward. Children are our future. We love them forever. Forever and ever. Forever and ever. Let's go. We are educator forever. Moving forward. PDI, we love it. Children are our future. We love them forever, forever and ever. Thank you. Clap her.
My time. All right. Every child has a right, the right to education. Every child has a right, the right to be heard. Every child has a right, the right to a nationality. Every child has a right, and to belong to a family. It's their right. It's their right. It's their right. You are not doing service.
Yeah, clap for them, right? Hey, next. Clap for them, man, not clap for. All right. Waiting on the rhythm, waiting on the interlude.
Child's right, not a service. Hey, child's right, not a service. PDI is what they care for. Child's right, not a service. Hey, child's right, not a service. Help your children to be aware of abuse. Child's right, not a service. Hey, child's right, not a service. Hey, teach your children to be safe and unsafe. Hey, child's right, not a service. Hey, child's right, not a service. Be a hero for your children. Hey, child's right, not a service. Hey, child's right, not a service. Hey, child's right, not a service.
Clap for the man, clapper. Next.
Testing.
1, 2.
Testing.
PDI 25. Help young minds and hearts to thrive. Parents talk and we can see what they feel and who they will be. Guides our care in ECC with love, support, and empathy. PDI, gentle way to help each child grow every day. PDI 25. Hey, PDI 25. Ooh, ooh. Come on, man. Ooh, 25. Ready? PDI guides children, help each other to strive. Ooh, 25. Hit me.
Ooh, hey, clapper, the man, clapper. Next. Who's next, sir? Oh, you want to go last?
PDI, 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 PDI. Child's right, not a service. PDI, PDI. PDI, PDI. PDI, 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 PDI. Child's right, not a service. PDI, 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 PDI. Child's right, not a service. PDI, PDI, PDI 25, PDI 25. Treat the children right, including them, involving them, encouraging them, giving them a voice. PDI, 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 PDI. The child's right, not a service, including them, encouraging them, PDI, PDI. Because they have a voice, they all have a voice. Parental involvement. PDI, PDI. PDI 25. PDI, PDI.
Clap her in the man, clap her, clap her, clap her, clap her. And the last person. Quickly, sir. All right. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, rest of contestants. Contestants are teachers.
Yes, man,
Teachers. School, up in my thoughts. If stepping, school in how we walk. Chatting with your friends, them school in how we talk. We are the real school boss. School, up in our thoughts. If I step in, school in how we walk. Chatting with your friends, them school in how we talk. Cause we are the real school boss. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. School we a go all when a Friday. Christmas, Easter, all when a holiday. Summer school, me a pray same way. Me go school in a the day, school in a the night, school in a the dark, school in a the light. School in a pandemic, school in a stop. If school get blow away, outside it a go and cause. School, up in a we thoughts. If I step in, school in a we walk. Chatting with your friends, them school in a we talk. We are the real teachers over here, say. School, up in a we thoughts. Yes. If I step in, school in a we walk. Chatting with your friends, them school in a we talk. Cause we are the real school boss. Yes. January, February, April, March. School we a go and go light up the touch. May, June, July and August. School we a pre and we know that's a must. We go school in a the shop. School in a the...
Thank you very much. Look here, may I have some volume on this mic, please? Look here. No, sir, them go down to it. They did very well. I wish we had the time to even continue more. But no, guess what? Afterwards, we'll find the winner. All right, right? All right. Now, our presenter is here, and she has been enjoying herself far. I see her smiling down there, and I see her on her phone. I was like, maybe she'll tweet one of them, something here. Oh, no, not tweet. What word now? The X, right? I don't know if it's going to Y or Z. Now, Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison has been the Children Advocate of Jamaica since January 2012 and has been Jamaica's National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons since March 2015, making her the first to hold such a post in the Latin American and Caribbean region. She's an attorney at law by profession with over 20 years experience and has practiced at the public bar since her graduation from the Norman Manley Law School. Prior to her appointment as Children's Advocate, Mrs. Gordon Harrison served as a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions within the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Known for her advocacy skills, she states that her current roles provide a national and regional platform from which to promote the rights of children and other people in vulnerable circumstances from a victim-centered and rights-based orientation. She's also passionate about accountability frameworks through which persons who violate the rights of children and vulnerable persons can be held responsible for their actions. Mrs. Gordon Harris is an associate tutor at the Norman Manley Law School, as also an external reviewer for the British Council in Jamaica, and has been designated champion for CARICOM's regional sex guidelines for courts. In November 2019, she was certified as a global expert by the Geneva-based Justice Rapid Response roster of global experts in international criminal law for potential deployment worldwide with a focus on crimes against humanity, war crimes, and international human rights law. Since 2020, she's a serving member of the Board of Directors for the International Society for the Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect, a United States-based nonprofit organization that works in over 200 countries worldwide. So I want you please to make welcome Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison, who will be presenting the relevance of independent monitoring institutions to child protection systems. Welcome, Mrs. Harrison.
right. Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. It is really great to be here so that I can get a feel of the room. Can I see the hands of all the parents in the room? All right, so this is definitely the parenting track. And can I see the hands of all the early childhood institution educators who are also parents in the room? All right. And are there any teachers who are here but are not parents? Do you have any of those? Okay. All right. So this is a mixed room, and it's a good room. All right. So I want to thank, first of all, the Early Childhood Commission for even organizing this conference and for giving us the platform to have these very, very critical discussions. Now, even though this is the parenting track, I've been asked to look at, and the name of the presentation says it, the relevance of independent monitoring authorities to child protection systems. That's a very long title, but it's a very important discussion because every single early childhood education is a part of the child protection sector because you work with who primarily? Children, exactly. So once we work with children, we're not providing a service, we're not doing a favor, but we are part of what I like to call the constructors of the children's life based on the area that we are interacting with them on. So we are not providing a service, it is a right based on the theme of the conference. So we'll get straight into it, and I hope that the conversation that we'll have around my presentation this afternoon will be useful. Now, before I start, I want to recognize as well some of the very significant players. I see Dr. Desnandis, who is here from the Early Childhood Commission. Thank you for having me. Of course, Mrs. Blair from the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills, and all of these other things, and Dr. Warren Thompson, who is in the room as well. If I have omitted anyone, it's because I'm not recognizing you readily. I blame that on perhaps my own side. But good afternoon to all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the room. All right, so we'll go straight to the presentation. All right, what's the outline of the presentation? First, we'll talk a little bit about what are independent monitoring authorities so we can understand it, and if they are relevant to the child protection sector and how. Also, how does this relate to the Jamaican context? And then we'll have a little bit of a sneak peek into the OCA's role and how it interacts with early childhood institutions. And of course, like any good lesson, we have to end with lessons learned. So what are independent monitoring authorities? The definition is that independent monitoring authorities are also referred to as independent human rights institutions for children. And that's because children are human beings, right? And we're all agreed that they have rights. And so you have some independent institutions now that seek to protect the human rights for children. So further, continuing the definition, an independent monitoring authority is a public body with independent status whose mandate is to monitor, defend, and promote human rights, and which has a focus on children's rights, either as a specialized institution or because it carries out activities specifically focusing on children within an identifiable department. It can be established at a national or subnational level, but it has to very clearly have as its focus the human rights support and defense for children. And this definition comes from UNICEF, the Office of Research in Ashanti. Now, presently, there are over 200 independent monitoring authorities for children across the world in over 70 countries. And these institutions have been typically established after the various countries, these 70 countries, ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Now, the first such independent institution was the Norwegian Ombudsman for Children, and this was established in 1981. Note, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child came about in 1989. So Norway was way ahead in terms of having this institution. So it really set the way and demonstrated how countries can really put the interest of children first. Now, these independent authorities have different names depending on where they're located. Some people are referred to as children's ombudsperson, some as children's advocate, some as children's commissioner, etc., etc. Now, what is the role of these institutions? And I've listed 6 on the screen. The role includes monitoring the actions of governments and other bodies in relation to children, investigating and pursuing violations of children's rights when they occur, advancing the realization of child rights by promoting changes in laws, policies, and practices in the countries in which they operate. They also offer a space for dialogue about children in society and also between children and the state. So what that means is that these institutions not only represent children because it is right to do so, but we actively engage children, hear the issues that are concerning them, and facilitate them having a voice to share that with members of government or heads of relevant agencies. These institutions also defend the best interests of the child and champion children's rights. Importantly, the defense of these children's rights by these independent monitoring authorities may take the form of influencing significant changes in the national policy, or it may take the form of making interventions on behalf of individual children. And this is where now we tend to pursue specific cases. So you'll hear, for example, if a child's right is breached within the school setting, for example, the child's parents are suing the school. That is an example of taking a specific action on behalf of the child to seek redress for the right that they're complaining about. Similarly, if a child's right to life has been compromised, let's say there's a dangerous driving case, and it is shown that the operator of the vehicle drove so recklessly that he showed wanton regard for the life that he had care of for the purpose of the journey, and the child died in those circumstances, legal action can be instituted against that person to recover damages in a lawsuit so that the family of the child can get some money. So there are different ways that these institutions make interventions on behalf of children. I like this quote, and I've stuck it in here, about independent monitoring authorities. These institutions demonstrate rights in action by advancing the rights of children through their interventions. So we don't just talk and say children have rights, and we don't just talk and say children have a voice and they're to be heard, but we try to find innovative ways within the context of the law and within the context of what is possible to ensure that when we have the hue and cry about we want justice and this is not right, that at the end of the process, there is some tangible reward that the child who has suffered the harm can receive. So it's rights in action. Now, are these institutions relevant to child protection systems? How significant or not are these institutions to child protection systems? Let's have a brief look at what the experts say. The Committee on the Rights of the Child, which essentially is the monitoring body worldwide that says for all of you state parties or all of you countries that have said you are abiding by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, so you have ratified it, how are you doing? What do the systems in your country look like? What do you need to do to ensure that you're compliant? So there's a Committee on the Rights of the Child that oversees how countries who have ratified the convention are doing. So this committee, I'm holding out as one of the experts on children's rights, has said about independent monitoring authorities. It says an independent institution with the responsibility for protecting and promoting children's rights is a core element. That means a main element. That means a significant and key element of a state party's commitment to the practical application of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Because after all, if we just had these rights or articles written down and there was no entity that was ensuring that they had meaning, what would be the purpose? It wouldn't even be worth the paper it's written on, right? Now, the Committee on the Rights of the Child said this and expressed in General Comment number 2, which was adopted in 2002 and was grounded in what is known as the Paris Principles, which speaks about the beauty of these entities being independent. Now, the Convention on the Rights of the Child has repeatedly recommended in its concluding observations to state party reports the creation and strengthening of independent institutions for children's rights. These institutions act as a primary driving force for the development of, act as a primary driving force for the development of these institutions in all regions across the world. So my take on it then is that these institutions can be seen as the oil in the machine. They bring an explicit child-centered focus to traditional adult-oriented systems. So we are shifting the dialogue. It's no longer that children are to be in the room and not heard. It is that children are in the room and they have a view and they are to be heard. Because especially if we're dealing with matters concerning them, who better to tell you how they feel about something than the person who is feeling it? So these institutions fill gaps in checks and balances as direct accountability mechanisms, and they support processes of remedy and reform when procedures or policies have either gone wrong or inadequate. So what that means, as I said before, is that if something bad happens, we don't just want the hue and cry of people being upset for a day or two and people holding their heads and wondering what to do, but we want to know at the end of the process, if it's even 20 months later, 3 years later, that there is something meaningful to the child who has been impacted that has come out of the process. So that is the beauty of these institutions. So these institutions, in my view, are a necessity. It is not uncommon for child rights to remain low on the political agenda, not just in Jamaica, but across the region and across the world. Children's rights are not the sexiest topic. They're not the topic that necessarily wins the attention of the highest decision makers. And so this kind of not really being the highest on the totem pole when there are other issues, national issues to contend with, sometimes results in low budgetary allocations for matters concerning children's rights. And there's also a limited understanding of the practical implications if we don't prioritize children's rights at the helm. There's institutional inertia because of resistance to change and or loyalties. And what does that mean? We're used to doing things one way. We're used to doing things that way. That is how it has always been. Why should we change it now? And so generally, there's a broad social resistance to the concept of children's rights. Some persons see them as irrelevant, or some persons see them as inappropriate. Many times when you have the discussion that, children have rights, people come to the table with preconceived conclusions as to how the discussion should go, as opposed to with an open mind to see where it can go and how they can play a part in shifting and moving with this new paradigm. So as we're saying in this conference this whole week, we're not providing a service or tokenism to children, it's a right. So we have to look at where the need to do this intersects with the want to do this. So let's look at the Jamaican context and how we measure up within the construct of this discussion. So 1989 represented what I like to call the catapultion of a big shift by virtue of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. This is when that convention came about, and it is one that continues to embrace the best interests approach in relation to all children. This convention recognized that children are full rights holders, not just there to be clothed and fed and to be given a place to live, but to hear what their views are, to explore with them what their feelings are, to consider how our actions impact them, and to have them participate in discussions that will somehow impact them or lead to them having to do certain things. So they are full rights holders. And this convention revolutionized thought and action towards children. How is all of this relevant to Jamaica? Now, the UN Convention, as I said, came about in 1989, and to date, it remains the most universally accepted international convention in history. Jamaica signed and publicly indicated that it was going to be bound by the articles of the Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1991, 2 years after it came into being. In fact, the only other Caribbean nation that ratified the convention before Jamaica was Belize. So it shows you how quickly we signaled our intention to be bound by all the various articles of this convention. Of course, this now has implications for local legislation, policies, practices, and the strategies that we adopt. What then are the legislative implications? The Child Care and Protection Act should come to mind very readily. The effective date of that means the date it became law in Jamaica was March 26, 2004, and it represented Jamaica's first all-encompassing legislative response to the issue of child rights and protection. This legislation was a direct derivative, of the international obligations imposed upon Jamaica by virtue of its ratification of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and it really married or twinned together several approaches which had one aim, and that was to ensure that everyone understood that children had rights. Now, I could go on to say that there are several other pieces of legislation since then. We, of course, have the Early Childhood Commission Act. We have the Child Pornography Act. We have various provisions within the Sexual Offences Act, and I could go on and on. But let's look at the primary legislation now, which framed the whole discussion. So the Child Care and Protection Act says that it is promoting the best interests of children. It is promoting their safety and their well-being. And it speaks about providing support to the family unit. That's why parents are so important in the discussion, because we know that parents are very much instrumental in guiding children. It says also that children's services, to include services in early childhood institutions, are to be provided in a manner that respects the need for the continuity of care and stable family relationships. It says also that we are to take into account the physical and mental differences among children in their development, and we need to recognize the special needs of children in conflict with the law. The CCPA also established Jamaica's independent monitoring authority, known as the Office of the Children's Advocate, in February 2006. The Office of the Children's Advocate is a commission of Parliament that has the mandate to enforce and to protect the rights of children and to promote their best interests. So this now is the ombuds-like role that the office carries out. That office also reviews laws, policies, and practices and services that are provided by different authorities, and the office also gives advice to Parliament, ministers of government, and relevant authorities on matters that impact children. And importantly as well is that we investigate reports that seem to suggest that a child's right has been breached or best interests have been adversely affected. So what then is a snapshot of this independent monitoring authority's role within the Jamaican context? So the Children's Advocate can perhaps be described as an independent monitoring authority, an investigator, a legal advocate, a child rights promoter, a government advisor on all matters related to children. The Advocate is a commission of Parliament and is mandated by statute to protect and enforce the rights and best interests of children. We provide legal representation for children, whether in court, before school tribunals, in criminal investigations, civil proceedings, you name it. And we also appear for children in civil matters and in non-court and non-adversarial positions. The powers of investigation are activated when there are complaints that are made by children or on behalf of children. The right of investigation also lies even where this investigation is against what we call a relevant authority. And this takes us back to a couple of slides when we looked at the fact that independent monitoring authorities investigate even government entities. And so too is it for Jamaica, because it could include an investigation against a member of parliament, the head of an agency, a permanent secretary, you name it. And this includes any type of matter that negatively impacts a child. And a child is anybody under 18. For some matters, we have concurrent jurisdiction with the police. That simply means the police are doing, but we can work alongside the police as well, if it is that the person who is in distress or who has a complaint is under 18. And we also review the adequacy and effectiveness of services provided by children, or by relevant authorities. This could be by scheduled regular inspections or unannounced inspections. Because sometimes when you want to see in truth what is happening, you don't want to give advance notice that you're coming. And we also do desk audits and reviews. Now, we also have the duty to educate children about their rights and responsibilities, and also to tell them how to contact the Office of the Children's Advocate if they need our services. We also consult with children and those with responsibility for caring for them about issues concerning and affecting children so that their views may be incorporated into the decision-making process. The Office of the Children's Advocate also issues guidance on best practice in relation to any matter concerning the rights or best interests of children. Projected on the screen is an example of that best practice that was issued in 2013, and it's the OCA's Child Justice Guidelines, which really provides standards and practical steps that any member of the justice sector can use to ensure that the rights and best interests of children are being upheld throughout the justice process. We have also done this in relation to social media under our Be Social, Be Smart banner, where we have tips for how children can stay safe online. And we have specific guidance for little ones under 12, the teenagers, and very importantly, a booklet dedicated to the adults in children's lives to help keep them safe online. The office also has judicial authority in seeking to ensure that the independent monitoring role that it has is observed. And for that reason, the Children's Advocate is also classified as a judge of the Supreme Court, and for special statutory hearings has the authority to exercise similar powers as a judge as it relates to the summoning of witnesses for examination upon oath, issuing subpoenas for the production of documents, and arriving at findings having weighed the evidence provided at such a hearing. So this is really an infographic which gives you a snapshot of the role of the Office of the Children's Advocate, which I'll not go into because I've just expounded on that role. Projected on the screen now is just the category of complaints that we received, and this is just really a snapshot, and what it shows remains consistent, and that is most of the complaints that we receive emanate from schools or educational institutions, And the primary concern is physical abuse, followed by sexual abuse, and third in line is neglect of duties by those persons who work in these educational institutions in relation to the children over whom they have charge. Now, to speak about early childhood specifically, I refer to this as the cornerstone of a child's education and perhaps a child's life. Early childhood is a critical period of life. So early childhood is a critical period of life for any child, generally seen as from birth to 8 years old. And so this is a key human developmental phase. It's characterized, as the ECC says very well, by rapid growth and learning. And I believe that this has fed into the various areas, target areas for the ECC. Also, early childhood is so special because the experiences and things children are exposed to during this period of their life, so this is from birth to 8 years, whether negative or positive, have significant impact on that child's brain development. So these experiences during early childhood lay the core foundation for future learning and behavior and for who that child will become. So essentially, the blueprint that the child will hold as the level and the guide for his or her life in adulthood is crystallized by those experiences from birth to 8 years. So it means it's a very, very critical area. So then, since the OCA's mandate is to ensure that the rights of children are protected and to safeguard the best interests of children in Jamaica, this means that our focus includes early childhood institutions and the early childhood period of life. Some of the key areas of focus for the Office of the Children's Advocate, therefore, are what are the child safeguarding policies that early childhood institutions have? What are the policies and the practices surrounding how a child goes to the bathroom? The supervision that takes place on a day-to-day basis during lunch. I know there are some schools, for example, that say even when they're giving a packing list of what parents are permitted to pack for lunch, there's some things that are a no-no. No guineps. If you're sending grapes, they have to be cut in two because a young child could choke on grapes. No glass bottles because it could break, it could cause injury to the child, and so on. And also the outlets, electrical outlets are capped so that you don't have a little finger going in there. We have the not less than 2 rule, which means that if a young child is to go somewhere to be escorted, we don't have one adult just taking that child because it creates an opportunity either for something to happen if that adult is not well-intentioned, or for the child to say something has happened. And then if the child says it and it's just you and the child, it becomes your word against the child's word. So the not less than 2 policy is a good one. So we're looking at all of those child safeguarding policies that translate into the behavior and culture of the staff, the behavior and culture of the parents who visit the facility, nutrition plans, what's allowed to be taken, and so on, because we want what is best for the child, because this is not a favor, it's not a service, it's a right. So we have to look at the child safeguarding policies of each institution. Another area of focus for the Office of the Children's Advocate is the suitability of staff who work in these early childhood institutions. I have often said, sometimes to applause, sometimes to horror and disagreement, that it is my firm view that we need to be vetting very carefully persons who apply for a job in an early childhood institution. I like the applause. Because it's not a job, it's not a service, but this person now is going to be an architect within the construct of that child's life in what we have agreed is a critical area of the child's life and critical period of development. So we're not just doing where did you work before and do you have a particular certificate. We're doing background checks. What does your community say about you? Do you have any skeletons that we need to know about to determine if you're a good fit for this organization? Very, very active debate is happening now about the sex offenders registry in Jamaica. We know that the sex offenders registry is closed, but guess who it's not closed to? Early childhood institutions who are looking at the suitability of prospective persons who are going to work with children. So if Mary Jane comes applying for a job, it is within your right to contact the registry to say, I operate so-and-so school. Mary Jane has applied, and as a part of my due diligence and ensuring that I have a safe environment for the children who will come to my school, I'm checking to see if Mary Jane is registered on the sex offenders registry. Because if she is, it's very clear that she's not a good fit, right? So it's about going the extra mile to ensure that we have suitable staff in these institutions. So it's about the qualifications, it's about the social suitability, it's about the absence of any adverse findings based on the social investigation that you'll do before you take someone on. And then when you do have your suitable, well-vetted staff, it's about the staff to student ratio. If you know you have a big school and you're dealing with little ones, you need to ensure that you have enough people so that there's a suitable staff to student ratio, so we don't have two little ones sticking each other in the eye and creating great harm, and then you have mad parents coming, and rightly so, to say, how could this happen under your watch? And your excuse is that it's 20 of them, and I was all the way up front, so I never see when them use the pencil and stab her in her side, or I never see when this little one is said to have fondled that little one, because we have to ensure that the exploration and the discovery that some children embark upon, we as the adults in the room have to ensure that that discovery is appropriate and that we're seeing what's happening and we can correct the behavior in a loving way, but in a way that ensures that we're disrupting what's happening, right? Another area of focus for the Office of the Children's Advocate has to do with the general practices. What are the standard operating procedures in your facilities? Do you have some guidance that if a caregiver is caught, for example, beating a child, that caregiver has to go on suspension, or that there is some consequence for that action? And I raise it because not only does it get terribly out of hand sometime when you have an adult beating a 3-year-old, but under Jamaican law, guess what? It's illegal. It says that there shall be no corporal punishment whatsoever in an early childhood institution. And so it's not just the sheer might of an adult physically subduing a child, but it is also very much against Jamaican law. So what are the policies if these practices are taking place in your institutions? Is there a standard operating protocol that has your employees and your parents as well know what your institution stands for? If X happens, then this process will take place with the possibility of that consequence. Do parents understand that if there is a disagreement between their child and another child, they can't come to your school and then take on the child? So there has to be a very clear communication at the outset of the relationship between employee, parent, and the leadership of the school, the institution, as to how you will deal with these issues that may very well arise. So let's not wait until they happen to do a knee-jerk, oh, we need to do this, but let us have clear protocols that will guide us in the event that these things occur. Another concern and focus of the Office of the Children's Advocate in relation to early childhood institutions is what is the culture of the institution. We have seen literal tug of wars within institutions where you have some persons who come to these PDI sessions or who read or who are doing courses online. And so they're very enlightened and they know what to do. They know the paradigm and the environment that we're operating now, that it's not a service, it's a right, and we are architects who are building this right, you know, this rights environment for children. But then you have some others who couldn't care. They don't go to these conferences because it's a waste of time as far as they're concerned. They don't do any reading on their own because they know and they hear that is so it must go, and they do it based on feeling and habit and what always is. And so within some institutions, our office has been called in to see if we can actually have a discussion, because the people who are doing it the old way are clashing with the people who are now talking about this is a right thing and this is the way to do it, and how about if we have a discussion about how we can deal with safeguarding policies. The oldsters, not necessarily by age, but by virtue of habit and who used to do it one way, are now clashing with the people who are seeking to advance themselves and who are seeking to do things right. So what is the culture of the institution, and how do we resolve this culture clash, if there is one, to ensure that at the end of the day we're doing things that really serve the children best? And of course, not to be understated, the Office of the Children's Advocate is also very much focused on the physical environment of these early childhood institutions. Do we have sufficient playgrounds, either in the institution itself or in the community where the institution is based, so that children who learn very actively through play can access these playgrounds and can explore and can learn about teamwork and collaboration and, just kind of build that part of the brain that says this is how they learn best. What is the cleanliness of the institution? Do we have kitchens that are being sanitized well? Are the toys washed frequently to ensure we're not being a hot spot for hand, foot, and mouth disease, which happens every year in Jamaica, perhaps more than once per year? Are we ensuring that little hands are washed as soon as the bathroom is used? Hands are washed prior to having lunch. Hands are washed by staff members prior to preparing anything for the children. What is the general cleanliness and the approach to cleanliness that the institution and the partners who work in the institution have? Now, I've cited 3 cases that I'm going to raise by way of example that shows how the Office of the Children's Advocate interacts in practical ways with early childhood institutions. So case 1 is the case that I've called the dead baby at the St. Andrew Institution case. Now, this situation arose where a child died at the facility. Needless to say, the matter came to our attention by the police because they had started a homicide investigation because a child who is a baby died at an early childhood institution. And so the police didn't think they were getting where they needed to get with this investigation, and so they contacted me for our intervention as the independent monitoring authority. And so, of course, we got involved and collaborated with the Jamaica Constabulary Force because there were very, very pressing questions about some very questionable and, doubtful practices at the school that persisted even after the child died. And it concerned other children's best interests being potentially affected negatively. Now, I also want to share with you that because of the absence of a standard operating protocol, when the child died, the leadership of that school went into what I'm describing as panic mode, because they did not proactively seek to contact the parents, which you would think, if you have a child and a child dies on your watch, the first thing is to call the parents. I would think so. They didn't do that. They also didn't call in any medical personnel to say, oh my God, this thing has happened. Let's see if we can get help. So that to me says that there's no plan in place. There's no idea how to respond. So everybody's now running in a circle. The people who work at the home trying to contact the owner not sure what to do. She doesn't want to break the news because the parents are going to be upset, and it was quite a circular kind of response. So that shows the need for SOPs, because if this happens, you do this, you do that, you do that, then you'd know what to do. But that aside, after the child died and so on, and the investigation was going on, other children were still at the facility, coming day to day. But the habits and the practices, such as staff supervision, whether there were adequate members of staff at the institution to supervise the children, was an issue. The cleanliness was another thing, because when my team visited that particular institution, the things that were seen would make you want to wear gloves if you're going to touch anything in any of the rooms. And this is the place that was caring for people's children, right? So we had these very pressing concerns that the other children who are at the facility may be in a state where their best interest may be compromised. So the Office of the Children's Advocate, along with the Early Childhood Commission's investigations team, collaborated with the Health Department, the Fire Department, and CPFSA to treat with the issue. What was the result? The other children that were at the facility were removed, and the facility was ordered closed because of the conditions there. Moving from there, the Office of the Children's Advocate assisted the parents of the deceased child with burial expenses for their child and other emotional support that they needed to cope with the issue. And of course, we committed to providing legal redress if there was evidence to do so. But in this particular case, the post-mortem examination, which we attended, was inconclusive as to the cause of death. And so we could not press with the legal proceedings that we had intended to do had we had the evidence. So that's the only reason, because it was inconclusive. Another example comes to us in case number 2. And this case now, I've termed it the 4-year-old female abuser. An abuser is in quotes because, I mean, she's a child. So the Office of the Children's Advocate was contacted by this particular early childhood institution for intervention because they had a little girl who repeatedly, exclusively abused boys at the institution. Never a girl. She only abused little boys, both physically and verbally. So of course the institution was concerned, like, what is going on here? So after the Office of the Children's Advocate intervened and we assessed the matter, it turned out that the little girl had been witnessing over time how her mother treated her father at home and on way to various locations as they traveled in the car. So we were able to offer guidance and counseling support, and we supported that particular early childhood institution in creating protective spaces for the boys at the school. And this reduced the practice of the boys' parents of boys, withdrawing their male children from the school. The third and final example I'll cite is the use of the rod, the corrective rod. You know that spare the rod and spoil the child thing that we like to talk about? Where we see developmental challenges being mistaken for behavioral issues. And because sometimes of unqualified staff, or staff who just can't spot it, or staff who are frustrated, or who have a particular view about how children are to be corrected, sometimes this confusion results in a frustrated teacher who then resorts to corporal punishment. The result in the cases, some of the cases we have intervened in, is loss of employment for the transgressor, because sometimes the owner of the home says, I own the home, I own the school, but I'm not there, so I didn't know this was happening. Whether that's true or not sure, but we see sometimes where these issues arise, they sever ties with the employee who's doing it. Sometimes there's a possible lawsuit, not only for the individual teacher, but for the owner of the school. And this results, or can result in possible jail time, as I said before, corporal punishment is illegal in early childhood institutions. I said this was the last example, but permit me one more, where we have seen and have been called in to deal with what co-owners of early childhood institutions describe to us as sabotage. So we have seen cases, for instance, where one co-owner wants the other co-owner of the early childhood institution out. And so what they do is their responsibility is to go and buy groceries and so on for lunch, and they buy less groceries than they're supposed to do, and then say the children have insufficient meals, and they make a report that the co-owner, who is the one that's the manager, is not doing what they should do. Sometimes as well, the place is very unkempt, and they take pictures and send to parents behind the other co-owners back to say, this is what is happening at this institution, and I think you should remove your child. So sometimes there is internal sabotage. So what does that mean? You can't control it, but what you can do is to prevent it, is ensure that you're running a very tight shop. So no co-owner can say, aha, this is what is happening, all right? Now, to wrap up, what then are the lessons learned and the valuable takeaways? Independent children's rights institutions are essential for systems to maintain accountability and to preserve their integrity. These institutions are typically seen as trustworthy entities that demonstrate the separation of powers principle within child protection systems, because everybody who is a student of politics or economics or just society know that you have to have separate entities doing separate things. So you can't police yourself, is what we're saying. So that creates a role for an independent authority now who is not in the everyday business of interacting with the child necessarily to see what's happening. Systems that have independent institutions promote a holistic, universal, and rights-based approach to child protection by integrating the guiding principles of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and emphasizing the duty of institutions, including the judiciary and government agencies. And that's a quote, again, from UNICEF. Financial commitment of governments to these institutions is therefore necessary to facilitate the proactive realization of rights and to address a broad range of issues in a sustained way. This will diminish the need to be prioritizing actions. You know, when you have scarce resources, you have to choose to do this one now because you can't touch that one now. So that's what we're saying. Now, these institutions may not be the most visible because they're not on the ground every day, but their effectiveness globally has been ably demonstrated. Thank you for your attention, and it has been good to be here.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Harrison. All right, let me come up. Thank you. All right, let us give a round of applause to Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison for her presentation. Now, I would like Ms. McGee, is it possible, instead of me going through the recaps, I just want two persons just to quickly stand and tell me something that you remembered from the presentation shared by Mrs. Harrison at this time. Okay, she has a mic. You can just raise your hand and just tell me two things that you would have remembered from the presentation just now shared by Mrs. Harrison. Let me just show over this. We have a hand? All right, wonderful. And as you give your answer, and I get the nod from Mrs. Harrison, I'm going to ask you just to quickly come to the stand and take something from there, all right?
Okay. So my takeaway was that the Norwegian Ombudsman for Children was the first organization to come about that protects the rights and for children, and it was established in 1981.
I see the nod over here by Mrs. Harrison. Clap her, please. Come, click and get your little token. Can I see your next hand, please? Something that you would have remembered. Okay, there we go.
The first country to follow after the rights was gone out by the
Get it right.
The rights of the children goes out was Belize, and afterward it was Jamaica. Jamaica second in place, taking up in the Caribbean, taking up the position of dealing with the rights of the children.
I see the nod by Mrs. Harrison. Thank you ever so much, moms. You can come and get your token. Something that she said that resonated very well with me, that she pulled back from the Early Child Commission. And guess what? She spoke about how we as early childhood educators need to protect our children. And I see where it comes out in something from the Early Child Commission. Who can tell me? Everything that you mentioned, it is there in something that we have. We're governed by this. The what? The 12 standards. You see, the executive director is in here and you want to know such a proud. They want to smile on our face. Dr. DeGrasse Landes, yes, it's governed by our 12 standards. You need to say something? Okay, go ahead.
And one of the key things is when we are employing persons for the first time. We should check their background and everything about them.
I believe so. Yes, you are most correct. Sometimes we're not doing that as principals. Once you have the qualification, yes, ma'am, because we need somebody quick, we're going to quickly grab them on. We need to do the background checks. And not only from the previous employment, but Mrs. Harrison's mentioned about go on the site. The sex what again? Who remember? Yes, go on there and check out who you're employing. Thank you ever so much, Mrs. Harrison, for sharing such a compact presentation. We do enjoy it. I know we did. Right, parents? Right, practitioners? Right, ECC staff? Thank you ever so much. Now we are on to the next presentation, the next 15 minutes, and we'll be going to Ms. Simika Alexander Williamson, which is supporting every child's growth, nutrition for young children. But before, I'm going to ask our delegates, the delegates that are at the front here, just to come on up. We need to take photos with you. Dr. DeGrasse Landes, you're asked to be in that photo as well, so please come forward. I think on the stage, they're asking that you be a part of. All right, Dr. DeWaro, I'm putting doctor there, right, in the name of Jesus. And Mrs. Harrison, come on up. Thank you ever so much. Please make them welcome. You want them on the stage? They're asking for you to come on the stage. Yes. They come up, could you just remind me, what's the student ratio for children 0 to 12 months? Who can quickly tell me? Through her private practice, she offers compassionate, evidence-based care for families both in Jamaica and across the Caribbean diaspora. Her services span in-person and virtual consultations, caregiving training, workshops, and curated feeding products. Her mission is simple yet powerful: to empower families and caregivers with the knowledge and tools needed to nourish children confidently and lovingly, because moms need to be cradled too. At the ECC PDI conference, she brings her unique blend of clinical expertise, public health insights, and real-world experience to advocate for inclusive, supportive, and culturally relevant feeding practices in early childhood settings. So this afternoon, I present to you Mrs. Simika Alexander Williamson. Please make her welcome. Mrs. Williamson, I hope you're hearing me. I am not seeing you at this time. Beautiful. I can see your beautiful face. Wonderful. So you can go right ahead. Yes, you are. You can go right ahead in cheering. Mrs. Williamson? So, ladies and gentlemen, we understand sometimes technologies do act up, but it behoves us just to be patient. Right, Mr. Smikle? That's right. Just to be a little bit patient whilst she gets her thing together. Based on what I'm seeing, she's in her vehicle, and that does speak volume that she really wants to be a part of this session. She's in her vehicle and she wants to present. Let's give her a little time. But meanwhile, as she go along and get her things together, can I just reason with you a bit? So we're going to talk about nutrition, right? So anybody want to talk to me a little bit about nutrition? What is nutrition? What comes to mind when I hear nutrition? All right, she's back. I'm not seeing anything at this time. I'm seeing a blank screen.
Okay, I'm going to try to share again and hopefully we're good to.
Okay.
Can I have a feel of who is present at the workshop so that I can...
It's a whole heap of people, about 200 people in the room. A whole ton load of people, Mrs. Williamson. We're not. No, we're not. Mrs. Williamson, is it possible you could just go ahead and make the presentation? Our practitioners, they're very versatile. Okay, wonderful. Just go right ahead. I'm seeing your network bandwidth is low.
Oh, that's what you're seeing.
Yes.
Are you seeing me?
No, I'm not. But we're hearing you, so that's perfect. We have persons with their pens and their papers ready to write. We are. I am. Yes, I am. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Six months exclusively. If it is that they're not being given breast milk, then of course it should be formula. And when we talk about formula, it should be formula that is actually recognized and established by the FDA, and there are brands out there that we can name them, but we don't want to be giving them milk substitutes that are not formula or breast milk, because it's not going to have all of the vitamins and minerals and nutrients that is important for their cognition and their development. I've seen it far too many times when I've been in the Bustamante Children's Hospital that the parents are watering down the formula because they can't afford it, and the children end up with gastric issues because the parents think that they can stretch it, or they think that they want to give them more breast milk, so if they water down the formula, they will not be giving them as much formula. But we want to ensure that you're mixing it as according to instruction, because it can be very not only physically but also mentally with relation to development. So we want to ensure that we're supporting breastfeeding for the first 6 months, or whether it's formula and breast milk mix or exclusive formula feeding. And with that said, they don't need any additional water. And that's because we can throw up their electrolyte balance. The formula already utilizing water to mix. The breast milk has water in there. And I know people say, yes, but we live in Jamaica and they want to be a little thirsty. There's enough water in the breast milk, enough water in the formula. We don't want to add anything else, because at this stage their tummies are filled with volume, and if we're adding anything else, we're replacing volume with what they will be receiving as nutrition. And of course, this supports immunity, bonding, brain growth, and of course their maternal benefits. There are not only benefits for the baby, but there are benefits for the mommy as well. Once it is that we pass 6 months now, so it's usually exclusive breastfeeding or formula feeding up to 6 months. Once it is that we pass 6 months now, we want to start introducing foods that the children can interact with. In regards to baby-led weaning or parent-led weaning or whatever it is. And I usually say, let the child lead. And because I'm also trained in pediatric feeding therapy, it's at this time that you might also notice some other things that might be coming on. So for example, you might have some children that don't like certain textures, or one day they like a food and the next day they don't like a food. And then as much as we don't like to admit it, sometimes the feeding aversions that we have, we pass it on to our children. So because we don't like ackee or because we don't like mackerel, we decide that we're not and know a variety of food as much as possible. And what is important to note here is that we want to avoid sugary and ultra processed foods. So one of the things I notice when I go in the supermarket is I can automatically know when a parent has a child because the trolley is filled with snacks and juices and all of these things. And I remember probably presenting at PDI probably 2 years ago. I remember that there are some institutions that say that they encourage water, they encourage fruits, and they don't encourage them to have sodas. But I mean, they have the little chubby sodas, they have the little fruiter drinks, they have all of these little things. And I'm always wondering, I don't know where it came from to think that juice was necessary for kids, but I'm here to tell you today that juice is not necessary for kids. And we can talk about it a little bit more in the discussion section. I prefer it if it is that they do have a fruit or if it is that they do have water. And as I said, they can interact with the food, whether it be purees, whether it be softly boiled or steamed foods. Allow them to take so that we are in the stage where we want to hurry up and feed them and we end up dipping the spoon in the container, we put it in their mouth and then we're wiping off their mouth. Just imagine you in that child's position and the aversion you create, and you're so be very unpleasant for you. And these are some of the things that will start and turn children off from feeding time. So remember, breastfeeding is beneficial up to 2 years and beyond, so it can be complementary. It is alongside breastfeeding or formula feeding. It's not that once a child reaches 6 months, we cut them off from milk. They can have both because they'll still get most of their nutrition from the milk, and then you just add the food for them to explore in terms of textures and taste and as much of everything as possible so that they can decide what they like because they develop their palates from early. And what I also say is if you can make the food as bland as possible, it's better because once it is that you introduce sugar to a child, there is no turning back. It makes it very difficult, and this is why the children tend to already get addicted to sweet and sugary foods because sugar in and of itself is addictive. Once it is you give them something sweet and you go to something bland, it's very hard. It's the 12 to 4 month stage now, and they're now at 2 years to 5 years. This is where they're starting to go into pre-K or kindergarten. This is before they go to basic school. You want to make sure that you promote a variety of healthy habits. So as much as possible, you can get them involved with preparing things in the kitchen, whether it is just to take the things out of the fridge, whether it is to wash the fruits and the vegetables, if it is that you have a backyard garden, whatever it is, just get them involved in the entire food making process as much as possible because the more they're involved is the more interested they would be. Picky eating happens because of textures, flavors, maybe how they interacted with a food once or twice. Never give up. If they didn't take it once, then that's fine. The next day you can try again. And one of the things that I usually recommend is pairing foods that you know that they will definitely have with things that you want them to try so that they can say, okay, it's not so bad, it's alongside something that I might like, and just keep trying. Don't give up. It's a matter of patience, just like when they're learning to walk, when they're learning to creep, they fall down a couple of times before they get it right. Just like when you're teaching them colors or shapes or numbers, they don't get it the first time. With food, you need to apply the same principle with. I want to encourage them to play because now when they're starting to eat these foods and they're running up and down, we don't want them to be in a state of overweight or underweight. And as always, we want to encourage them to drink water more than juice. And I'm going to say it again, they don't need juice. They don't need it. Juice is a nice to have, and if we look at the nutrition facts label, which I hope everybody knows how to read the nutrition facts label, you'll see how much sugar is in there, you'll see how much artificial things is in there, like dyes and stuff like that. And when we look at the news and we read about what all of these things have, now we understand why some of our children are displaying symptoms of ADHD, or even some eczema and rashes and asthma. So say, for example, we don't necessarily want the children to be eating when it is that they're watching TV. We don't want them to be distracted. We want them to be fully involved during mealtime. And usually, if you can model mealtime, show them hand to mouth, show them your face expression and how you feel or interact with the food, those are some things that will encourage them, because remember, they learn by modeling what you do. These are the things that will encourage them to do what it is that you're doing, and then they will find interest with the food. Then when we move from 2 to 5 years, now we're now at 6 to 8 years old. This is where they're going into grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. They get to be a little bit more independent in terms of their food choices. So you can ask them, you have 2 or 3 things. Which one would you like? Would you like some peanut butter and bread? Would you like peanut butter and crackers? So you can give them the options at this point in time, so they don't feel as if, oh, I'm being fed and whatever it is that is given to me is what I must get. And I will reiterate again, do not only leave them to the processed foods, so the snacks that we can get in the bag and the juice boxes. I know that it's easy and I know that it's convenient, but we want to think about the long-term health that it's having. This is where we're setting the stage for all of the non-communicable diseases such as hypertension and diabetes and the high cholesterol. A lot of these diseases that we're living with now is as a result of the habits that we've so them are picnic, let children be children. So no school, the sweet stuff, the icicles, the tuck shop has all of it. But I tell you, if it is that we can give them healthier
Mrs. Williamson? So again, we understand technology. Look at, we would have lost Mrs. Williamson at this time. But not to worry, I think we can have a little discussion in the meantime, right, everyone? So she mentioned something about not giving the children sugary drinks. So what do we do? Person will say if you give them the fruits, it's like a breakdown into sugar anyway.
Water. Give them water.
Where's my partner in crime? Partner in crime? Can I get some mic? Would love to hear them.
Give them water. Give them water. Well, naturally, what she's saying, like from 1 to 6 months, the breast is still the best. And you give them water. The juice is not good for them.
All right, I'm coming. It's too much. I believe so too. Hold on. Somebody raise a hand and then I'm going to come back to you. All right? Let me just quickly go over here. So we're helping Mrs. Williamson. All right?
All right. So we could make our own natural juice. So you can have your carrot and you can mix it with different fruits. No, not some fruits are really sweet and they don't have any sugar to it.
So you make a little carrot juice without sugar in it. All right, sir, can go ahead.
All right, so I can tell you, I never spend money to buy baby feed and those things, because my 2 kids took the breast right through. And up to now, the first one, You will never get him to drink the juice from the supermarket and those things. He's just the water type and his fruits. So I'm a lucky one.
So I'll add to that.
And
That's another thing, something personal.
And it saves me a lot because
Yes.
they don't
Anonymous.
sick. They don't sick.
There you go.
I don't have a problem running up to the doctor. No time.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for sharing, sir. Now I can I can just add to what sir said. I have an 11-year-old son, and he took the breast right up to 2 years. And if I had allowed him, he would have gone all the way. I don't know the price for tin milk. I don't know the price for it because I've never purchased. I got one, I tried him, and he spit it out. Yes, so it was straight breast. And now he's 11 years old. He's in primary school, and he doesn't want any juice. Mommy, where's my water? So Nate, just carry one juice with you now? Yeah, all right, I'll carry it, mommy. Then guess what? It come right back home. I save money. So, sir, I join with you. You're saving money, and he's hardly sick. Yes, he is. Yes, they are. Go ahead, mommy.
The sugar that is in the juice, those are complex sugar, harder to break down. The fruits easily break down. So even if it's going to turn back into sugar, by the time it goes to the body, it won't be a problem because it'll be going through because it's water-based fruits.
See, nutritionist in our house, you know. And over here want to add?
Good afternoon, everyone. It is definitely best to give the children water instead of these juice in boxes, artificial flavor juices, because it doesn't make sense. Because I want to ask you all, what do we classify as natural juice? No, but we blend the juice and we still put sugar in there. Okay, no sugar. But it's best to always give the children fruits in their natural form. It doesn't make sense you blend it. Give them in their natural form, as how it is, and they will enjoy it that way.
What if they don't want to eat the fruits? But if you, with a nice tool that you have at home now, the equipment, the juice extractor. All right, hold on, here, one big word over here. Hold on. You do what, mommy?
I purate it or I crush them together. Say, my daughter loves grape. So I'll crush the grape with the banana and she eats it.
That's expensive. Grape, you know how much grape? Grape expensive, no? But that is very healthy, though.
Even with vegetables, for me to get her to eat vegetable, I have to add the grape to it or the raisins and she'll eat it.
Thank you very much for sharing. And pineapples, don't it? That's true. I love to add that, or even cranberry. That's very good.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I don't know for most of the parents, but I have an almost 4-year-old daughter, and she loves fruit. When I say she loves fruit, she loves fruit. My daughter will sit and eat a whole hand of ripe banana. Yes. No, that's how I used to eat it. When I was pregnant, I had a lot of fruits and milk. And you can't get my daughter to drink box milk. She drank it one time and it sick her. But when it comes to the fruits, she loves ripe banana, grape, and all those fruits. So what I get to realize and understand is that they love to see when the plate is colorful. So you put all the fruits with the different colors in it. You put the grape, the pine, the melon. They have some, they have some ribena berries. Yes, most babies tend to love that because it has like a sweetish, sourish taste. So, and it's really good for them because it has the antioxidants. So it's really good for them. So for those who have kids and they love to see you demonstrate that you're eating it. So they will eat it. Yeah.
So I heard somebody just sharing the grandma rule. Who knows what is called a grandma rule? You ever heard that term before? You have to do something before you get something. So mommy just said that she ties the fruits to the tablet. So in order for you to go on the tablet, you have to eat your fruits. And it works. Thank you for sharing that.
So I have a challenge with her eating cooked meals since she starts school. So in the evenings, if I want her to have her dinner, I have to say, look here, you want the tablet, you have to eat. So we have to find ways and means to get them to, balance.
Thank you very much for sharing. Somebody around there wanted to say something.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
On the point of fruits, and then you said, oh, grapes are healthy. They're not.
Me never say healthy.
Oh, you
Me
say?
say expensive.
Oh, sorry. But I just hearing people talking about grapes, and then we like to eat strawberries, and
Yes.
they are not healthy. My daughter, she does agriculture, and she teaches me a lot about these things. She said anything to consume that comes from the United States to come here, the process, and if you should take it and you're not peeling the skin, you're peeling the wax. So it's best not to consume those things because they are not healthy. Stick to our local fruits.
Claparna, man. I just learned something. Oh, well, Jamaican grapes, that are the Ribena them? So, Jamaica. So, bear this in mind, I'm learning, all right? I'm learning something. You can go ahead and, all right? Some of you are going to share something. Jamaican grapes, my word.
Yes, I'm in agreement with the lady around here. I heard an American, she spoke totally against American fruits based on what she knows going on with the chemical fruits coming to Jamaica. And then when you look at it, the American apple, if you notice, it can stay for a long period of time and it's not spoiled because of what the process it gone through. But when you look at our fruits, she said that when you look at Jamaican fruit, Jamaica need to appreciate what we have because our fruit is just for a period of time and that's how fruit should be. All right. What I always observed growing up and then going through early childhood, it made me even appreciate more. Fruits that are in season. Do not go overboard and say you're going to buy certain type of fruits to give to your children to say it's nutritious. But fruits that are in season, you stick to that, you juice it, or if you want to extract it and put some in the fridge for a period of time because it can't stay for too long, but you take as it goes on because pineapple is all throughout season fruit. Those are fruits that you constantly use until the others that will come in, apple come in there for a period of time, and all those, you continue to use them until they're, but seasonal fruit is good for the children.
Claparna, please. Thank you very much for sharing. I said the hands going up. Mighty God, over that side they're going with something, you know. Jeez, I forgot beg phone
Did
now.
I lose you?
Oh, Miss Williams is back?
Lose you guys at some point in time?
If we did what?
Oh my, I lost you and I was there talking and things that I had you guys. I lost you guys.
Yes,
and I
you
was
chipped out a bit.
thinking that I had you.
Yeah, you chipped out a bit. So the nutritionists.
When did I lose you?
The nutritionists in the group, they were sharing what they know about healthy foods or nutritious foods.
Oh.
So, Ms. Williamson, Mrs. Williamson, you would have chipped out about 20 minutes ago. You hearing me? All right, I think we lost Ms. Williamson again. So the hands were up in the meantime. Let us go ahead with other statements being made.
All right, Jamaicans also is going the route as America because we are filling our food out here with chemicals also. So anyway, techie, a problem. The only way, unless you plant your own fruit, eat what you grow and grow what you eat. Yes, so anywhere take it unless you're going to grow your own stuff and you know what you are doing, right?
Thank you very much. I see a hand around the back there.
It's something enlightening that I want to share. It was recently, my son, who is now 13,
Hello? Hello?
Miss Williamson, you're back again.
Yes, and I'm hearing you clearly. Are you hearing me clearly?
I'm hearing you clearly.
Okay, I heard someone sharing about her son that's 13.
So you want her to continue and then you will just continue your presentation?
Sure.
All right, wonderful.
Sure,
Go
no
right
problem.
ahead.
What the only thing I want to find out is if you can remember where
Jesus. Go ahead and share in the meantime.
all right. So recently, my son came to me and he said, because I'm telling him no more sausage, no more nuggets. And my reason, I watched a video on the processing of the sausage and oh my God. So I tell him, no more. So me buy it. So you know that go. So recently he came to me and he said, Mommy, when you were in liquor, tell me the snacks them where you used to eat. And I started laughing. And I said to him, I said, little boy, listen, we used to have to fling rock stone. I'm telling you how I said it to him. In a plum tree. We said we didn't even used to peel it. We not even wash it. We burst it and then we eat it up. I said, little boy, all green mango we used to eat. So I'm telling him all these things. And to him, like him say, Mommy, like, how you used to survive? I said, that's what we were doing, you're right. We were surviving. Guess what? We're killing off our children with these things. Killing them off. I go tell you see a love sausage? Go and watch the video of them process sausage. Go and watch the video of them process the nuggets because they are not healthy for us at all.
I don't want it. I love my pork sausage. You know the big jumbo sausage, them? I love those, you know. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
No, I'm not sure.
Oh, Miss Williamson is back. Miss Williamson, go right ahead.
Right, so I'm assuming that I probably cut out at the part where we were talking about introducing foods to the children.
Miss Williamson, your bright
Introducing
students.
foods to the children. Yes.
Your bright students, they were saying that you left off where children are given the chance or the opportunity to choose their own foods. 5 to 8 years old.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. Right. So, and I was saying that it's important to ensure that we're making sure that they're hydrated and that we're talking about the water. So I hear that we're talking about foods that are being processed and, you know, the fruits versus the American fruits versus the Jamaican fruits. And you know what I will say? I will say that there is no cure-all for anything. And I think we have to give and take because at the end of the day, we know that we ourselves eat almost everything and we eat because we're hungry. Oh, just like what you said, the sausages and stuff like that. But once or twice is perfectly fine. I mean, all of us eat, and eating is the spice of life. Food is the spice of life, and it can't just be all or nothing. And so we have to make sure that we're not having the processed foods in excess. As much as we can, we have the natural and the good stuff. So we don't want to be the all or nothing kind of people, because when we do that, we also deter the children from finding interest in the different foods that we want to have them have. So if they're completely turned off, they might decide, okay, I'm not gonna have that. You know how children tend to be. Mommy says that I must have it, and as a result of that, then I won't have it, kind of thing. So what we want to do, and I think I mentioned it before, is that we balance it alongside. So you know something that they definitely will have, put it alongside something that you want them to try, and you start to make things a little bit more accessible for them. But yet you give them the choice of what it is that they want. And of course, physical activity is absolutely important. We want them to run up and down. I know one mom that ties the fruit to the tablet, completely fine, but we also have to be careful how we do this reward thing, because it can turn around and backfire. But rewards, and encourage, but we also have to be careful, because I know in some cases what we will tell them is that when they get a good grade, we carry them to Burger King or we buy them cake and pizza, and we have to be very careful with relation to that, because that can also develop unhealthy eating habits, and these are some of the things that either lead into obesity or underweight. And then of course we talk about the rights of the child. So the children have a right to health and they have a right to nutrition. It's not that they have a right to or responsibility to provide healthy and nutritious meals for them. And of course, it's a shared responsibility with the caregivers and the school and the families. So we take up our responsibility where we can within the schools. We're not leaving it all to the parents. Whatever it is that we can do within our control, we do. And I would always say that just like how you'll discipline a child or tell a parent when a child is misbehaving, we also want to encourage them and inform them about the child's eating habits while they're at school. And if it is that we realize that a child having lack thereof or in excess of it, we want to ensure that we are speaking to the parents and letting them know or advise them as to how it is that we can make a child's or entire diet more appealing or better for them, because remember, it's affecting their cognition, it's affecting their development. So we want to ensure that we're giving them good and proper food. And we talk about malnutrition, and malnutrition is not just underweight. Malnutrition is also overweight. It can be detrimental. Sorry, I know we like to see our children chunky and fluffy, but everything that we're doing, we're setting the stage for their life in the future. This is where the lifestyle diseases stem from. So the hypertension and the diabetes and the high cholesterol, they stem from what it is that we're doing from right now. And if it is that we don't nip it in the bud and shape the healthy eating habits, these are the children that are going to be in the health centers and the doctor's offices and the clinics. I remember one pediatrician telling me that she was seeing type 2 diabetes in as young as a 6-year-old, and she was telling me that when she was going to medical school, these are not things that she expected to see in her office. These are things that you expect to see in the family practice when the people weren't getting chronic diseases until that was an old age something. No more. So we have to be very careful with regards to that. And of course, we want to ensure that we're doing screening. So remember, a lot of the things that are happening, neurodiversity or how children are behaving in general, behavioral issues can also be tied to nutrition. So we want to ensure that as we are the eyes and the ears of the parents within the institution, that we are making sure to pay keen attention to the children and how they're reacting within the food environment and just in general. As I always try to say, I liken discipline and a child's behavior to their eating habits. We don't only alert the parents when, they misbehave because they hit Jack or they hit Jane. We want to tell them, they didn't eat this off, or they split it up, or they prefer the food from Jack's plate. Different things like that, because remember, we're not all the same and each of us have different interests and different palates. But what we also need to remember is that we are shaping the children's palates from now. When they're picky eaters or they don't like certain things, it's because, believe it or not, of something that they decided to like something in the future. And then of course we want to engage with the nutrition professionals. So I like to hear that you said that you have some nutritionists in the room. The Ministry of Health has healthcare professionals and nutritionists across the island that can assist, and I think the schools should definitely collaborate with the health center community best they can get and gardening for with the local farmers, so that we can have more of the natural and local produce available when it is that we're preparing meals. And remember to get the children involved, because the more they're involved is the more interest they show in the foods that it is that they're eating. If they help to prepare the foods, whether it is by planting it or watering it or whatever it is. And then of course, we just want to ensure, you were talking about the strawberries and the grapes, as much as we can have the local fruits. And as you said, they're in season, so it's not like we must pile up on them. Eat what is available. When you can make the juices with them as little sugar as possible, because I know by now some of these children's palates have acclimatized to the sugary stuff. But we can also change it back. We can reduce the sugar little by little to when there's little or none. It's gonna be drastic if one day you have sugar and the next day you don't have any. It's not impossible, but it's gonna take some guidance, and you kind of have to titrate it down so that we get back to natural. Because as I tell you, a lot of these ADHD and the children can't sit still, and the behavioral problems that they're having is because of the food that they're eating. A lot of the foods that they're eating. My son when you never have any sugars. And then of course we want to create
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have lost Mrs. Williamson again. But I think I saw another hand before Miss Williamson came on. Just want to go ahead. We have 3 minutes to go before this session is over. We just want to close on an hi. Who was the next person who wanted to say something? I don't remember. The hand was over here. Okay. I'm coming, Daddy.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
So it's just a question I'm asking, and I heard her alluding to it about picky eating. She spoke to the fact that sometimes, based on a social construct, so things that we don't like, sometimes that translates into how our children eat. So I would like to know, to really provide some guidance on. So my daughter, she only really likes pineapple porridge, and she was breastfed up until after 2. Very brilliant, but when it comes to eating, I am struggling. So even though I know natural juices are good, to tell you the truth, she drinks a lot of the supermarket juices. She only really likes banana chips. And in terms of fruits, she only really likes pineapple, American apple, and pear. What do you do?
Williamson, you heard the question. I don't know if you're able to respond. Miss Williamson? Mrs. Williamson? Did you hear the question?
Yes, hearing me? I did. I'm asking how old is the daughter?
She's 3 years old.
Oh, she's early days, man. She's exploring her autonomy, and she's trying to she doesn't want to only eat what it is that you give to her. She wants to have the options. But what I usually recommend is you have a list of food that you would like her to have. So say, for example, you say that
It looks like we need to have a session, face-to-face session with Mrs. Williamson, because the in and out is kind of, Lord, she's back again. Mrs. Williamson, you're in and out. Somebody suggested if you could turn off your video and just use your audio only.
Okay, yes, I can do that. Sure, here now.
Yes, we are.
Right, so I was saying the foods that she likes, pair them alongside foods that you would like her to try but don't overwhelm her. So what you'd most likely do is put 2 or 3 foods that you know that she will definitely eat, and then put 1 or 2 foods that you want her to try. And then you can mimic the behavior. So you can sit with her how you want her to sit and eat. And if it is that you want her to try, I don't know, a food that you want her to try, for example, you take it up and you put it in your mouth and you let her see your face expression. Then you can say, this tastes crunchy, or this tastes soft. And what you have to do, you kind of have to break down the sensory things with her, because it's very overwhelming for them. Eating is a very overwhelming action for them, because it brings in flavors and texture, and how they perceive it is completely different from how we perceive it, because we've been eating for a very long time. So it's very overwhelming for them. So a lot of times it's not because they don't want it, but it's because of how they feel when they eat it. Like, this wasn't crunchy, or so you kind of have to just break it down for them, but it takes time and it takes patience. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. And just when you pointed out that thing about it can be overwhelming, I can acknowledge that she would prefer crunchy foods over soft foods. Some persons in transitioning children from breast milk, they give them the crushed foods. I couldn't do that. She wouldn't eat it. But if I gave her like tough crackers, crunchy things, she would.
She prefers that.
Yes.
Right.
So I'm
and what happens is that when I see... Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I like your suggestion of trying things that I know she will eat, and then giving her a little of what I would like her to try, and not overwhelm her.
And what you can do, right, and what you can do is you can eat the food and see what your senses are perceiving. Take your time and chew it and think, okay, initially it was tough and then it got soft and this flavor came out at this point in time. Put yourself in that mind frame, and then if you can translate that to them, you'll have a bit more patience in understanding why they like certain foods over other foods.
Okay, Mrs. Williamson. She said thanks.
Okay, great. Any other questions? I mean, I was generally finished with the presentation. It was just talking about collaboration and what we can do to support them in the childcare setting. But any other questions, any other concerns that I can bring some light to?
Hold on, one question here.
Yes, Mrs. Williamson, you spoke about the nutrition in schools and the nutritionists. We can talk with them, but the government is sending out some porridge mix. The porridge mix that they're sending, and the bun without cheese, and bun without. And you have cheese bread that is without cheese. And they're not taking it. Don't care how we prepare it differently. When we have our breakfast program, the students just don't want it. When we use our own, when we use our own cornmeal and make our cornmeal porridge, and yes, right, proper porridge then, yes. So we're having a challenge, and remember, most of our parents, especially in the rural areas, they are from a low socioeconomic background. So these parents can't afford the fruits, to buy the fruits, or, so many mornings when you check the bags, it's cheap, and swizzle juice, swizzle. They can't buy a delight or something, but, so we just have to look into it to help our parents more.
So the question I have for you is the foods that you said that the children aren't liking, have you ever tasted it?
Yes, miss, I tasted it because I tried, because I want to know how they feel about it. So it's not nutritious, it's not appealing. It's not appealing. Really not appealing, especially for kids.
I think where it came from is, you remember back in the day, because I remember when I went to primary school, we used to have the Nutri-Bola and we used to have the milk. And I think what happened is in the midst of all of that, they tried to reformulate it to make it more nutritious. But when it comes on, especially when it comes on to those foods that are being sent in the school feeding programs. There's nothing that I can do with relation to that aspect. That's literally a conversation. But I think what we also need to look at in the schools is talking about resources that are not expensive. Say, for example, we need to look at fruit trees that are within the communities that are in abundance. I mean, certain times of the year, mango they're there for stone dog, oti eat apple they're there for stone dog, and we have all of these fruit trees that spoiled, and we're not utilizing them in the ways that we should. And we have the notion to believe that eating healthy is expensive, while it's not necessarily so. So by the time they take up the money to buy all of these cheese tricks and these juices that you're talking about, if it is that we were supposed to go to the supermarket and we're supposed to take up X amount of flour, X amount of cornmeal, X amount of rice, as opposed to when we want to join that KFC line and we're going to sit down in there for 1.5 hours, and at the end of the day, one KFC meal is going to cost us over $1,000, and we could have picked up multiple other things for that $1,000. I think what we need to do friendly meals, because apparent to them and just to them that is impossible. So maybe we need to do a trip to the supermarket and we need to look at the things that are affordable and say, okay, this is what you can get for $1,000. These are just some ideas that I'm bringing to you, because sometimes I think that once you have a child, it's synonymous with having a bunch of snacks and a bunch of juices, and we kind of have to change the narrative and teach how to feed the children, and better yet, we have to teach them how to feed themselves. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, miss.
One more question, and that will be the final question for this afternoon.
So my question is, we're looking at nutrition, homeschool community, the powers that be. Is there any way that they can invest in more vegetable gardens at school, at the basic and infant school level? Because if we want these children to be fed properly and we're looking at nutrition, we know that every week we go to the market, the bill goes up, but the nutrition grant remains the same. Can there be a shift in the resource allocation to implementing and sustaining more vegetable gardens at the basic and infant schools?
Mrs. Williamson, you heard the question? We lost her again? What a beautiful question you would have asked just now. And I know of a school, one of my school in Region 6, Spanish Town Infant. I think that's the biggest infant school.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, miss.
Okay, great.
Wonderful.
Go ahead. I think you were saying something about Spanish Town Infants.
I was just telling them that she mentioned about the vegetable gardening, right? And I was just mentioning that Spanish Town Infant, they would have started at that. So their crop, anything that they cook inside the kitchen in terms of tomatoes and those things, the season, it comes directly from their garden. So yes, it can be done. Yes, it is possible. I guess you just need the funding, right? Mrs. Williamson, you heard the question. I guess
yes,
she's waiting patiently for a response.
And I think what you said about the Spanish Town School, that is excellent. One of the things that we were trying to work on when I was at Heart Foundation is collaborating with RADA and the 4-H clubs. I don't know, because I know how you guys are probably split up by region. the school or whoever was in charge of the zone or the territory. And I think if it is that you do start there, it will help a lot, because they tend to probably give you like, a starter gardening kit with some tools. And I know sometimes you complain and say, oh, but we don't have enough space to do that, or no fencing. But think of it, we have like vertical gardens, we can do container gardens, and we can just start with one thing. And another thing that I would also encourage you to do is you always have the local farmers, especially in the rural areas, that you can also partner with. And they're not necessarily all or nothing, because a lot of times they sell a bunch of these things to the market and they end up being stale or getting spoiled. So even if you can have a direct relationship with a farmer, and there are different organizations, for example, rather, that can give you that connection. Sometimes it's just a matter of having an initial conversation to create formality that will make the difference. But I do completely agree with you. Things tend to be expensive, but if we can get it directly rather than going through a third party, it usually makes it more affordable. And I don't know what it's like at the Spanish Town school that you're talking about, but I do know sometimes the gardens that we do create within the schools, it's not necessarily enough to feed the population in terms of preparing enough meals. So it can go a partial way, but then also partnering with the local farmers is another thing that can take us the other percentage of the journey.
She answered the question, right? All right, so we have come to the end of the questions and answers. Yeah, clap, 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 clap. Mrs. Williamson, I must applaud you this afternoon. Amidst the challenges that you had earlier, you still stood firm in the Gideon, we Jamaicans would say, and you made your presentation. And I'm sure the practitioners, the principals, the parents, they would have heard, and they are writing down, and they would have written down what you would have mentioned just now. One thing that I keep in my mind now, I'm keeping in my mind now, is that, as parents, we have to know what we're doing. We cannot pass down what we don't eat to our children. It really resonates with me, because I know as parents, we at times do that. Me not eat the curry chicken. Me not think him gonna eat it or she gonna eat it either without even trying. So thank you very much, Mrs. Williamson, for ably doing your presentation within a car setting, or a van, or a bus, or a trailer, wherever you were, or whatever vehicle you have. I thank you very much. On the Early Child Commission, I bid you adieu. And I pray that your travel, wherever you're going, you'll be safe on the road as you go back or go and come back from your destination. Thank you very much, Mrs. Williamson. Please give her a round of applause. Now, I don't know if you have anything you want to say, or that's it. All right, I guess she's off. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my... It is my absolute pleasure to have you here in Track 1 Parenting. We continue tomorrow at 9 sharp. We'll meet my co-moderator, Miss Nikki McGee, who will take you through the entire day. No rest. All right, my Miss McGee. So I pray and hope that you'll come back in for tomorrow at 9, and we'll end at 3:30. Thank you ever so much. I want 2 males. If you can quickly run and take up some off my stand, and 2 ladies run and take up some of the stand, it belongs to you. Yes, man. Run. 2 males. All right. Thank you ever so much for being here. Track 1, the place where all the excitement and the vibe is. Have a beautiful and blessed afternoon, everyone.